Alright, can you hear me? Is this thing on? Looks like it's on. Alright, I'm going to get started. I screwed up my streams. I made a couple too many, trying to schedule one, and then I had to delete it. And I don't know. If you found your way here, thank you for bearing with me. Okay, I'm still figuring out how all this stuff works. So. Yeah. So, take a look at what we're hoping to accomplish tonight. Not all of it, probably, but I'm going to sort of test what I did last night. And I watched a little bit of my stream. I think my voice volume level seems okay. It's not ultra low. I'm not sure. Hey, the X-Mall, man. What's up? Congrats on the win. Beautiful score, man. You posted big numbers there. That was great. Definitely giving Fred somebody to, something to shoot for. So that's good. He's climbing, man. He's really getting up there on Saga. It's cool to see some head-to-head going on. We'll review what I did yesterday, and then we're going to look at adrenaline. And in the shower this morning, I had the brilliant idea that I want to tie Thrall strength to adrenaline percent. So as you fill up your adrenaline bar, your Thralls get stronger and stronger. And then when you fill it up all the way, the trinket power engages. And when the trinket power engages for you, but it also engages for all your Thralls that are currently charmed. And they have those buffs as well. So I think that could be a fun way of playing, and I like the idea that while your Thralls are fighting, what you're doing is trying to nail perfect blocks, perfect parries, and perfect dodges, because that's all. And that's all defensive stuff. So it's in line with the pacifist idea. X-Mall says won't be long and he'll be destroying me for sure. I don't know, dude. I told him on his stream earlier that X-Mall is Saga GPT. But it's good to see. It's good to have. He loves to have a target to shoot for, right? He loves the back and forth of personal bests and topping each other and all that. So it's all good. All good to see. So we're going to look at adrenaline percent, see if I can figure out how adrenaline works, see if I can get custom damage types for the Thralls, and then see what I can do about trinket powers, and figure out what we do about trinket recipes, because I would love the player to have access to trinkets and the arrows. They're fine to have the material requirements that they do, but I was thinking I would make them require less of each material, maybe not require feathers for the arrows, and maybe make the trinkets a little bit easier so you don't have to do a bunch of base building to have access to trinkets. And then look at, maybe once I have figure out what the trinket power is for the player, see if I can target that for an enemy and just apply the same status effect for the enemy. And then I've got some analysis that I did, a little bit of spreadsheeting to review, and see if we can balance the different arrow charm powers. So I'm sure I'm not going to get through all of that. I think what I'd like to at least accomplish in this stream tonight is figure out how adrenaline works in the code, and look at getting custom damage types for the Thralls. So if I can sort out the power status effect system and how that works, get my own status effects all configured. I have an idea of what I might do, and then I think we'd be in good shape. Then I just need to test if I can get adrenaline scaling the Thralls, defensive abilities and offensive abilities and damage, scaling going, that would be great. Because then it encourages you to wade into combat peacefully and and then just work on deflection, right? So pacifist mode being something like a training ground for getting really damn good at parrying and blocking and dodging. So might be a fun, if the player is something interesting to do other than just simply wait and watch their enemies behave like weirdos. The AI is often does some questionable things, and it's interesting with AI in that with video game AI, the object isn't to be good. The object is to do stupid stuff in predictable ways so that the player can be good. So if you just, like, an AI could do all the math to lead the target with a shot, know exactly how fast the shot is going and where the player is going to be, and just pop him in the head and headshot him and kill him. That's a really good player. But that's not what we want the AI to do, because that's not fun at all. What we want the AI to do is run up to you, fumble, do something dangerous, probably screw it up, and then take off and give you something really interesting to chase or track down, or to keep you on your toes. Maybe we want them to engage and then duck and dodge and Dark Souls around you. All that stuff is fun, but it's not intelligent. It's not good player behavior. Using the enemy's AI as player-controlled thralls, unfortunately, comes with them being kind of dumbasses. So while you're waiting for the dumbasses to attack each other, I want the player to be engaged with the combat, a little combat arena that's unfolding. And so I figure adrenaline is a great way to start. I know I had the idea of doing my own adrenaline system, like a heat meter, where you're building up heat every time you block and parry and so forth. But that's already adrenaline, so we'll just use theirs, because that's basically a heat meter. And I may increase the amount of adrenaline you gain, or decrease the amount that you need to acquire for the trinkets to engage. But I don't know. I think that will all come out of playtesting. So I think it's almost 5 p.m. Pacific time. I'm gonna show my very cluttered and busy, difficult to see screen, and then we can just dive into the Valheim code. I've got the Valheim code up in front of me. I don't know how legible this is, but I'm going to try to work in big fonts today to make this a little easier to see for people. So if I point to something and I'm talking about it, people can actually see what it is. If anybody knows C# or is learning C#, they can see what I'm doing. If that's not successful, then I'll just make the font smaller and easier to read and work with. But I'm going to try it like this. So yeah, I'm going to dive in, and the first thing to do is to run it and see where we are currently. I'm going to look at the main menu. I also noticed on my stream last night, I was watching that you can really loudly hear me taking fat rips off my vape during the stream. It's a little, it's like what's the opposite of ASMR? I don't know. Cursed stim. So I apologize in advance if those sounds are triggering or annoying or make you feel like think less of me, because vaping's kind of douchey, but it beats smoking. Hold on a second. I'm going to pause my stream for a second. I've got a work question. My bread team is unable to identify the flour grain. So hang on a second. I'll be here listening, but I'm just waiting to see what their question is. RMSA. RMSA. Not sure. RMSA. When I'm streaming, I'm a little denser than normal. All right, I think I managed this question. Let's get back to it. Pardon that sniffle. I'm allergic to flour, I think. Wouldn't that be funny if that were the case? Like a baker allergic to flour? Be like a dog whisperer that has pet dander problems. All right, we're in. So let's see what we have. We have a couple different kinds of arrows. I wanted to look at one thing, which is if you shoot somebody with a particular arrow type and they're charmed, and then you hit them with another arrow type. Okay, so we got the pink status bar. That's ticking down. Oh, I've still got the charm duration set to 30 seconds. Pink status bar is there. So his charm timer is up. I'm going to move that bar up a little bit. I think it's a little too low. Yeah, so I want to hit him with a different type of arrow. And I'm noticing that the second arrow doesn't take effect, and I'm really curious as to why. It like goes right through him. Oh, that time it hit him. Is it because his other power elapsed? Am I getting an error message? Let's see. No, he's still charmed. Flint Gunner, invalid hit charge. So it's like it's not hit detecting him. Hey, Volk. Yeah, I did at the end of the stream. I got the timer bars all fixed up. I figured out how the UI HUD works, or HUD UI works. And so it's actually pretty simple. So for an enemy that's not a mount, a boss, or the player, I mean, for a character that's not the enemy, a boss, or a mount, or the player, there's just one set of UI gadgets that gets created at the beginning of the, right at the load. And so I can hang my own UI gadgets on that thing. And then every time it makes an enemy's HUD elements, it just clones that one thing and it picks up everything that I've added. So I can add bars, I can add icons, I can add, God, whatever. I don't want to clutter it too much, but I could add my own status icons. I could remove the exclamation point and turn it into a heart or something. So it's cool. I can add text. So that was a real big win yesterday. Hi, Christine. Welcome. AFK lurk mode is what my channel is all about. With or without pillow. And as you've noticed, I've rebranded mod development for sleep. I understand my voice is calming, and I'm able to knock people out. Sleep being super important. If it's a service that I can provide, so be it. So I can get the flint arrow on him. Yeah. Okay, so it's the second arrow. The second charm arrow does nothing. So first I want to change how charm arrows work. I want, if he's charmed and he gets hit again, not to ignore the arrow, but to kill the old charm effect and then apply the new one, essentially resetting the timer. So that would be the first thing to try. I'm just going to verify real quick this guy will leash okay. So let's have him kill a pig, or at least try to kill a pig. There he goes. Go get him, buddy. Uh-oh, he's outnumbered. I'm out of buff arrows, so I'm gonna have to. Can I make a buff arrow here? I can make a fire arrow, but it doesn't do anything. Bronze needs bronze. Flint needs flint. Ouch. All right, so charm expired. Did that go through him? No. Nice job, guys. All right, well, that all seems to be working like expected. I'll check that leashing still works. God, Cookie. Oh man, I get such a big kick out of the fact that you put on Oat Horse and then pass out. That's fantastic. If my dulcet tones can lull you into a state of relaxation and help you drift off to dreamland, then by God, it's meant to be. I feel like I was saying earlier, I feel like I'm doing a public service by being not very exciting, which is something I excel at. All right, so let's see. Do I have a charm right now? I guess I don't. All right, he's not going to survive. Let's see if I can get him to leash away from those guys without dying. Come with me. Nope, he's dead. Just want to check leashing real quick. Let's see if I can get him to go after that deer. The deer gone? Deer's gone. He gone. He cooking. Maybe another pig. There's a pig. Come with me, buddy. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for him to aggro that pig, then I'm going to run like hell the other direction. And when I get 50 meters away, he should give up on the pig and come over to me. Here he comes. No? Still on the pig. 50 meters. Here he comes. Yeah, so I think 50 is pretty good. That's about, he gets small enough on screen that I feel like that I'm out of the area now, and he should be with me. So let's call that working. So let's change how arrows work. So I'll look at the code here. Excuse me. Yeah, so right here, the projectile on hit function. So it does two things. Oh, I see what it is. It sets the damage to nothing and then says don't call the original on hit function. But I think I want to set the damage to nothing and then let it collide. Because then if it's not colliding, I don't get called back. I think. Is that right? Reflect, destructible. Kind of don't want it to do any of this stuff. I just want it to stop. I don't want adrenaline from the arrows because that's not very pacifist, right? And these arrows are supposed to be not hurty. So why? Yeah, so why is it pacifism? Okay, so I set damage and I go, don't do anything. So maybe I need to fix that. So here's where the real meat of the thing is. Projectile just hit him, it did all the stuff that it's going to do. In this case, if it's a charm arrow, it skipped that function. And if it's not charmed, charm it. And if it's a wood arrow, apply the effect. So instead, I just want to apply the effect because I don't care what kind of arrow it is. Each arrow has its own effect. And if it is charmed, remove from charmed list, hit char. Maybe I should make a reset timer function. No, because this could be a different charm type. Yeah, that's it. So we remove it, we add it again, and apply the new effect. And when I remove it, it doesn't probably remove the effect. So that's interesting. So when so I need to make sure that when I apply Gondor effect, what I'm doing is creating a status effect, adding that status effect to the status manager, returning that status effect. I think I need to store what the status effect is, maybe? Or if there's some way to clear all the status effects. Do I want to clear all of them? I don't know. Let's see. So hit char, status effect manager, remove status effect, name hash, and specific status effect. So if I stored it, I could remove it. But I can't do it by type. I can only do it by the actual effect that I added. But the effect could expire. Well, let's remove all for now. Remove all status effects. Remove from charmed list, and then I'll re-add it to the charm list and apply this effect. So if it is charmed, remove everything. If it's not charmed, add to charmed list and apply the effect. So this should have the so what I should see is if I hit somebody with a charm arrow repeatedly, it should reset his timer, I think is how this should appear. What time is it in CET anyway? Cookie's a night owl, I think. Yep, night owl, 2:12 a.m. I hope you don't have to be up early, Cookie. So the what I'm super interested in digging into tonight is the adrenaline system, seeing if I can get that going. First thing I'm going to do is modify the charm effect to be a buff. Okay, so if I charm you, okay. All right, it's ticking down. Now I should be able to re-charm you, and it resets the timer. Perfect. And then I should be able to hit you with a different charm effect. And that changed you. And reset the time. So, okay, that works. That's what I want. So, got a little bit of a win there. Oh, yeah, sleeping in. Nice. Man, I love sleeping in. I get up pretty early for the bakery, and so any chance I get to sleep into something completely luxurious like 8 a.m., that's fantastic. I know that's not everybody's idea of sleeping in. All right, let's look at the status effects. So last stream, I created a bunch of status effects for each of the different types. of arrow. And I'm, as I mentioned before, Gondor is what I'm calling these things because that's a Norse word for magic missile, basically. Um, and it's the closest Norse word that I could find to something that a projectile that applies magic. And I think each one of them is a status effect. And this shield effect, I think I'm going to change that and change it to stats. That means that, you know, honestly, I think I'm going to make a base class for SE Pacifist effect, and then I'll share. Oh, I did that backwards. So I'm going to make SE Pacifist. I'll call it Gondor effect, based on SE stats. SE stats is a badass of a status effect in the Valheim system. So then I'll make everything else for the specific arrow types inherit from my Gondor effect. That way the different classes that I have for each arrow can benefit from all the same, because they basically, I think, are going to work the same. So where's my spreadsheet? Okay, watch out. The screen's going to get bright. If Google Documents has a dark mode, I haven't found it. Ah, my eyes. Ah, is there a dark mode? I really wish there was a dark mode. Settings. No. And that bums me out. Anyway, increase this. So here's my current thought for the different projectile effects. I'm thinking maybe damage absorb, maybe damage like AC. We'll see what the stats effect can do. And then a damage output modifier. And then for different arrows, different types of damage. Whoops. They're applied in addition. So I'm going to basically try to implement this table for the different arrows and see if I can get these different bonus damage types working with the charmed enemy. So if I have a Thrall that's hit with a frost arrow, that Thrall does physical damage as well as frost damage. It's all this garbage over here. Oh. Spam. Why does every piece of software need to turn into a giant face hugger? Okay, so what I'm going to do is borrow setup for the base class. Huh, that's interesting. Suggesting a bunch of crazy code for me. Override the setup function and call the base class for SE stats. Let's read that. Right, and then if the character is valid, well, I can just set time to live to 30. So I'm going to start with all these status effects last for 30 seconds. Okay, so I can remove that from here. And remove this from here. Then I also want to override update status effect potentially and stop. So what I'm trying to do here is use Valheim status effect system for my own evil purposes. And these are the bare minimum number of functions that need to be overridden so that I can control when it starts and stops, and if I want to do anything at update time. And it updates at some tick interval depending on how the game system ticks itself, maybe once every 60th of a second or 30th of a second. It may even tick every frame. I don't think it probably does, but it's probably limited to some regular game update rate. But I don't know what that heartbeat actually is. I could print DT, which is the delta time that it's passing to the update functions in the game loop, and find out if it's got like a locked game advance rate. Probably does, I'm guessing. Physics is more stable when you're not tied to frame rate. Anyway, status effect applied. Okay, I don't think I need that message anymore. I think I may want to save that somewhere, but let's see. Okay, so all the Gondor effects inherit from stats. We are going to gut all these functions actually because I don't need this anymore. I think I want a damage modifier, modify attack skill, and set time to live on all of them. Cool. Something like that. So based on my table, we'll start with a wood arrow, that's 2x. So I'm going to start, I've got a damage modifier of 1000x. It's a little excessive. And then I want to dig into SE stats in the Valheim code and see all the things that allows me to do. Wow, I'm watching my stream. It looks way behind. Holy cannoli. Is that a bandwidth thing? I don't know. I don't know how computers work. So let's look at SE stats. So there's a bunch of stuff for health, a bunch of stuff for stamina, adrenaline modification. When the status effect is first applied, you can give it an adrenaline boost, which is pretty cool. But I'm not going to play with adrenaline on the actual Thralls. You can modify how easy it is to stagger the enemy. We can make really ironclad enemies. Yeah, I should figure out what Twitch is. Every time I fire up Twitch, it like blasts me in the eye from every direction with icons and special modes and special bits and channel points, and that's like, Jesus, man. Like, what the hell is this? And, I know it evolved into this just giant behemoth, like, it's like super gamified now. Armor multiplier, that looks good. Whoops. So I think armor multiplier is what we want. We want an attack damage multiplier. Speed is pretty cool. Oh, there's already a swim speed modifier. The biggest problem with status effects is that if you zone or you like portal out and in, or you relog, they're all dumped and forgotten. But the way I implemented the charm system is that I remember that kind of shit, so I can like add them back on. It's a bit more work, but it's a little more flexible. Pheromones, don't care. Wind movement modifier. I don't see how I could use that. Health over time. So yeah, there's just a bunch of cool stuff here. And there's a bunch of modify functions that get called, like modify skill level. And I don't know if I'm meant to call these on the status effect when I create it, or if this is something that happens under the hood. So I need to read this. So for this given skill, if it's greater than 0, skill level, if it's skill type all, or it's the skill that we're referring to, then value that I return is, so I add a skill level modifier to it, or a skill level 2 modifier, whatever that is, to it. So there are 2 different skill levels that I can be set up for this status effect, and if I pass in one of them, it'll spit out a value back to me that is augmented by whatever that modifier is. So it looks like an internally called function. So I'm guessing the update function calls this. Modify skill level. All right, let's have a look in IL spy. Modify skill level. Okay. That's called on, it's an SE stats, it's an SE man, modify skill level, status effect, modify skill level. SE manager probably calls that, right? In the update. Modify, no matches. Let's try modify this status effect manager, add status effect. I'm using that. Apply armor mods. It sounds internal. Get status effect. Get returns it. Try modify attack. Who calls modify attack? Do melee attack. Do area attack. I see. So these functions on the status effect are used by external code that's doing various computations, and it asks when it's computing what's going to happen, it goes to the character that it's trying to attack or whatever, goes to the status effect manager and says, okay, well, here's what I think the damage is. What do you think? And the status effect manager goes, oh, well, I have all these status effects, so this one's going to change that damage to this, and this is going to make it half, and this one's going to double it or whatever. And then it takes the value that was passed in, pumps it through all the status effects, and then spits it back to the calling function. So I don't need to worry about those modify functions with my status effect because they're just going to work for the way they're supposed to for, hold on, let me find enemy HUD. We conquered enemy HUD yesterday. Conquered HUD. We don't need humanoid. Where's my status effect? Projectile is good. Ragdoll, we don't care. Playing around with Ragdoll may be fun. See if I can engage Ragdoll during the animations and get into floppy mode kind of stuff, just for shiggles. All right, so all these modify things, that's just for other code to query us. So as long as I properly set up the status effect with the values, like, that's a good example. Speed, it's going to use these modifiers in the status effect. Yeah, so I'm doing the right thing. I'm basically poking in my code. I'm poking. What did I do? I pinned my. So I'm poking these modifiers in here. Modify attack skill all, and modify modifier. Attack stamina use damage modifier. Want it. Fall. I don't care about that. Jump, noise, run, skill. Modify attack skill all. So I have to set, I get 2 skills that I can modify. Stagger, stealth, okay. So if I what's it's a float. Okay. So I 10x the skills. Why is it doing that to me? So I can do a skill type, what? Axes, cooking. Do enemies have skills? I think they probably do, but that may not be what I want. We shall see. But right now I can add a damage modifier and a skill level modifier. Stat skill level modifier is used by what? Modify skill level. Okay, right. And that's called by what? Modify skill level, which is called by what? Attack, right? Get skill level. Okay. Which is called by what? It's called by character get skill level, so maybe it's not just the player. That's called by attack, do melee attack, attack area attack, projectile, AoE, humanoid, block attack, and AoE hit. Do melee attack is on the attack object, which I assume is used by everybody. So I guess I guess enemies have skills as well. I love that this variable name is s hit list because it's a list of hit objects, but it looks like shit list, and I'm sure that's not. I'm sure the programmer chuckles when he sees that too. All right. So anyway, yeah. Let us see what other status effects are available to us to use. Because stats looks great and has a lot of power, but maybe it's not everything we want. Okay, we've got shield, which I tried before, which is just a damage shield, it absorbs damage. Stats, and then there's a poison effect, which is poisoned. There's a frost effect, which I think slows movement speed, and yeah, applies damage. And then there's burning. So maybe we want, I think what we want, we don't want to put these on anything, but I think we want the Thralls attacks when it's got fire or frost or poison damage to apply these to the enemies. And I think it will if the damage type is set correctly. So that we need to see if the status effect stats will let us apply damage of a specific type. So there's a damage modifier, but I don't see a damage type modifier. So we may need to add that. I think we will need to add that. And we don't need to use a status effect system at all, but it seems so convenient. It's got a built-in timer and it can do all this stuff, and then like I can just set a variable and then the game will query it and go, oh, okay, I have to modify something. I don't think skill level modifier is going to do anything without a skill to modify, and I have to specify. Modify skill levels. All right, if skill level is skill type all or, then what? Okay, if it's all, that just applies to any skill. So I need a, and it will do it twice. So if I have two skill level modifiers on the status effect, I can like double apply skills or apply a modifier to two different skills. So since I have that ability, may as well. Why does it not know about this? It does not exist in the current context. Yeah, it does. What you talking about? See it right there. Oh, modifier 2. Welcome to speech recognition. Thanks, Windows. Of course I want your built-in speech recognition system that was developed in Windows 95 to pop up when I hit the Shift key 3 times. That's the most convenient, useful feature that's ever been made. Hi, I'm Clippy the Paperclip. I see you're trying to write an email. Would you like some help? Was that too bitter? I don't know. I've been around software for a while. And also I have a seething, searing, all-encompassing and long-abiding rage for Microsoft as a company and as an idea. So that may sneak out from time to time. I'm not so much that I'm a Linux user, though. I can tell you that. I do not have a neck beard or wear a fedora. Okay, so all status effects that of all arrows. Yeah, I'm gonna have to add a damage type thing to this. So how do we do that? If any character hits another character, I want to optionally be able to apply a damage type. So the wood arrow. Okay, well, I'll just implement my table. And I'm going to do it in a boneheaded way by sort of, yeah, and do it in the naivest way possible. Damage modifier 1.5. What's my table look like? So it goes, damage output modifier is 2.5 for the different arrows, increasing by 0.5 up to needle, where I increase by 1. So baseline is 2 for the wood arrow. This is the wood arrow, so that's 2. And then for the flint arrow, that's going to be 2.5. And for bronze arrow, it's going to be 3. Fire arrow is 3.5. Fire arrow is the first one that I'll try to add a status effect, or a damage type rather. 4.5. Frost is 5. Silver is 6. I'll verify this in a second, and then it goes up by 1. Needle, carapace. So my thought with this whole deal, excuse me, is I want you to be able to charm bugs in the queen's chambers that don't die to the queen in one hit and can do some serious damage to the queen. So that fight's completely viable. So let's see, 8 for charred. How did I get to 9? I started needle at 6. I'm off by something. 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm missing one somehow. Obsidian, frost, needle. This all looks okay to me in code. What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 arrows. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 arrows. What am I missing? Wood? I'm missing something. Wood, flint, fire, bronze, poison. Wood, flint. I'm doing it out of order. Fire, bronze, poison. Poison is 4, yeah? Poison is 3.5. Why? Oh, because I screwed up my stupid table. Okay, so now as you use different arrows, the damage modifier goes up. Now, how do I increase the enemy's health? Or modify armor mods. What's that? That sounds cool. Armor multiplier? Yeah, that's what I want. So let's see how armor multiplier is used. Modify armor mods. So it's basically just the armor times 1 plus the multiplier. So if the multiplier is 2, it's the armor times 3. And so that is totally what I want. So it does have what I want. So let's do that. The table for armor is damage output, absorb. I'm calling this absorb, but I'm going to go with armor modifier. Let's see if this works. So same thing, except with armor modifier. We'll start with this. This would really be appropriate to add to a table. It's called what? Armor multiplier. What's M add armor? I saw that for a second. M add armor. Okay, who uses U? Modify armor mods. Oh, I see. There's both a base, there's a flat amount of armor plus a multiplier. Just put it in there as 0. I'm going to add it to all our arrow types. I'm picturing Cookie softly snoring at this point in the stream. It's what I want. So don't bother to refute me, Cookie, if you hear this. All right, so we'll go 3. This is perfect for a table, but we're doing naive implementation. So the easiest thing first, even if it's ugly. Repetitive. Mind numbing. All right, so different arrows make different enemies amount of bad, or goodness. Update status effect. Don't really want to do anything there. Skill level modifier. I'm not certain that is doing anything for enemies, but I can verify that. So let's see what we have so far. So wood arrows. Is a 2x. See, the cool thing about using status effects is that if the charm breaks, the timer runs out. The status effect will remain on the character, so it will turn on you, and it's buffed. So you have to deal with that fact. So buff is good, except it's a risk that if it breaks, you're not managing it. Comes back and it, blasts you in the face. Okay, so all those status effects match the table. Then I need to find out a way to modify an enemy's damage types. So let me think about how to do that. Let's look at the Valheim code, as we often do. I don't see a status effect that changes the damage type. I see amount. Modify damage mods. Modifiers is a damage. Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go. I think we can do it here. So M mods is what we're looking at. And M mods. Hey, look at you, Valheim. You're so cool. Let's try it for Flint. Flint, I think, is meant to be pierce damage. M mods. Add status effect modifier. Oh, by skill type? No, I don't want that. That's not correct. Stop it. Code editor, stop trying to be so smart. Hit data damage mod pair item. So I can, all right, this is interesting. So whoops, hit data damage mod pair mod equals new hit data damage mod pair. Yes, this is exactly what I want. This code is so fun to fuck around in, I gotta say. Okay, so what I want is to make a new mod. And I'm going to say that mod is damage type, hit data damage type. In this case, I think it's poke damage. What's that called? Pierce? Not poke. And what did I, in my table, what am I doing with bonus damage types? So it's basically, well, it's a separate value. It's basically one less than the, but there's no reason that it would have to be one less. So maybe I just make it its own value for now. And then we cram all this crap in a table later. And then we add it. And we can check this. If I do the fire arrow, modifier is what? Oh. New hit data dot damage modifier. Oh, what's it called? Hit data dot. What did it say? Hit data dot damage modifier. New hit data dot damage modifier. Dang it. Stop it. And that constructor does not take any parameters. Is it a, it's a field, so maybe I do just need to do modifier dot m damage modifier, which is what? It's an enumeration. So, oh, this is how it's not. Okay, so this is how Valheim stores damage modifiers. It doesn't have percentages. These equate to percentages. So normal is 100%, nothing, resistant is 200, it does 50%. Weak is I forget. There's a scale for this between 200% and 0. Slightly weak, slightly resistant, very weak, very resistant. Hit type. That's interesting too. Freezing, poison. I may have to play with that. But so these are not numerical values. I'll use so the damage type and then the damage modifier. Do I really want that? That's not what I want. I'm not increasing its attack damage. I'm changing the modifiers for how it takes damage. Which isn't what I want. Oh, bummer, man. I got all excited. So damage modifiers are incoming damage, not outgoing damage. So scupper that for now. Let's go back to the Valheim code and look at what else is here. Modify attack skill, we looked at that. We looked at skill levels. Wait a minute, let's look at modify attack skill. Damage modifier is just a float. Yeah. Attack skill is a skill type. That's not what we want. We want a damage type. Modify attack. This is close to what we want. Modify attack comes in with a skill, asks it, and it passes in a hit data, which it allows you to modify. I see. And we use damage modifier, and then a percent damage modifiers. Put data m damage modify percent damage modifiers. So damage types are multipliers. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. It's complicated, more complicated than I like, but this is the thing we want to look at. Percentage, spelled in Swanglish. So for Flint, percentage damage modifiers dot m. What did I poke damage? What is that? Pierce? Why can't I keep that in my head? Pierce damage modifier is 1.5. Yes. Okay. Maybe this is dead easy, and I just have to do this. For fire, fire is what? What was my table? Fire is trying to read this without blasting everybody in the face with a wall of white text. Fire looks like 1.5. Poison looks like 2.0. All right, yeah. Poison. Is this incoming damage or outgoing damage? I need to check. Poison is 2.0. Wait, that was bronze. What does bronze do? Bronze is slash damage. Can I just put this table in my code and have it look not terrible and not have to keep going back and forth? Maybe. Yeah, it's not bad. I'll just do this so I have it available. That way it's not so jarring. I don't know if it's annoying to you guys, but it's hell annoying to me because I'm sitting here in the dark. So poison is 2.5, slash is... Wait, bronze is blunt. Ah, I did it again. So bronze is blunt. Blunt, right, because you want to have the bronze available so that when you're in the swamp, you can bash things with blunt. And it'll be good to have it in the Black Forest because skeletons and what? I'm still assuming that all of this is outgoing damage and not incoming damage. Fire is 1.1, 1.5, blunt is 2, poison 2.5. So it just climbs the same way. Except I want... Yes, except that I screwed this up and I want this actually to be 2.0 and 2. So these aren't correct. 1.5. Oh wait, these are the bonus damages. Iron poison is 2.0. What did I say? Iron is slash. Yeah. It's 2.5. So these will just increase as you're playing through the game and going to new biomes. Even the bonus damage will increase. And the way Valheim seems to do it is that when they have an elemental weapon, they reduce the base damage, and then they add in a certain amount of damage type damage. And it doesn't add up to what the increased base damage necessarily would be. It's a little bit less. So you're paying a slight cost to have the additional elemental damage in case the enemy is weak to it. So I think that is a good strategy for how to do this. But right now, I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm increasing the damage of the base damage, but also increasing the damage of the like damage type damage by equal amounts as you upgrade. But the elemental damage is on top of the other one. It's not, I'm not trying to balance those against each other, but whatever. We'll do this for now. Obsidian feels like slash damage, but I said frost. No, frost is frost damage. Front damage, frost damage. This is slash, I think. Right? Obsidian slash, and silver is spirit. And we want to see if these things actually work in game. So as soon as I'm done with this bit, I'm going to run and test and see if these actually work. So what I'm thinking is if I attack somebody with a fire arrow, and this modifier applies to the Thrall's damage output, that when he attacks something, it'll burst into flames. That's what I want to see. I mean, who wouldn't, right? Needle is pierce again. Poke damage. Peace damage. Peace. Carapace is blunt again, but like a extra special super blunt. Kind of like Snoop Dogg smokes. And I think at needle we go up by 1, right? Let me check my table. Start going up at 1 by needle, yeah. So needle's 4. We'll go 5, and then 6. Carapace is blunt, and then of course, charred is lightning. It has to be lightning. Maybe this game mode can also find a use for the obliterator, since it's basically a useless item in the game. I mean, it gets rid of crap, but so what? I would very much like to see that as well, Volk says. And I have no memory of what I said that you're responding to, because the time delay thing totally bakes my noodle. And that's a 6. Okay, so different arrows do different things. I wanted to see what this percentage damage modifiers actually does. Ah, my eyes. The goggles do nothing. How this is actually applied. That was a terrible Arnold. I can do way better, but I just don't have it. Things bursting into flames. Yeah, you want to see that too. Yeah. Modify attack. This means, yes, this is what we want. Okay, that's how we got here. Damage modifier modifies attack. Percentage damage modifiers modify the hit data going back out of the attack. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if Valheim is smart enough to know that fire damage is supposed to apply a status effect to the target. Because that would be rad. I would love to not have to manually pilot that in. I try to do as little as humanly possible to get the effect I want. Because, it hurts my brain. All this stuff hurts my brain. Oh, so here comes the big fat vape hit. I'm going to mute for this. Got a resin, make a fire arrow. Leave me alone. HR shoving stuff. So burst into flames? No, wait. Fire arrow hits you. Railing Thrall burns its enemies. Hey, I even wrote flavor text for it. I got to figure out where that 30 is coming from and get rid of it. What are you doing? You find somebody? Oh, you did. Well, that thing doesn't seem to be bursting into flames. Okay, reset your timer. You should have a status effect on you. Status effect applied, burns its enemies, fire gonder. I'll add some print statements to figure out why this. Well, I don't know who hit who there. Should there be a health arrow? Is that too micromanagey? Yeah, I'm with you. I like to do as little as humanly possible, full stop. Yeah. Okay, well, there's some fun resin for me. All right, fire boar. You want to try this? Do you really burn your enemies, or is it all a hoax? Where were those other pigs? They're down here somewhere. Need a better testing ground. I should just spawn a pig. Oh, he found a deer. All right, that deer did not catch fire, although the effect may have worn off. It's only for 30 seconds. Should probably fix that too. There's a pig. So I'm going to put a print statement in there to see if my code is even getting called, because it seems like it's not doing anything. Okay, that's the thing to do. So I'm in the wrong file. That's why I can't find the code I want. So let's go with where's the fire arrow? Frost, iron. Oh, it's up here. I'm close. I'm not sure this is exactly what I want. There's some nuance that I'm missing here. So fire arrow. Let's print something. Let's print M. Let's verify that that's. See, it's not going to print that because that's a damage types. Class. So let's look at fire, unless there's have damage, get total physical damage, get total damage, add a damage type, and a multiplier. Oh, this is a convenience function, so you can just like create a modifier and just like chuck a bunch of stuff into it. This modifies everything by something, damage type. yeah. Modify. Do I need to call mod? I don't think so. Increase them all equally. Apply armor. Apply armor. Here's where all the damage computation math is. Get majority damage type. I wonder if it won't burst into flames if the majority damage type is like most of the damage comes from something else. Like it mostly pierce, but then it has a little fire if it just does pierce or won't burst into flames. Maybe we see where an enemy gets hit and when it applies the particle effect and what's required to do that. That would be a good thing to check. That'll tell us what we need to set up for it to actually display fire and put the status effect on and all that. So first thing is to look at character, maybe on hit or take damage. Looks like RPC damage is doing it. The network model of Valheim has these RPC functions, which stands for remote procedure call, which means the code either runs on a server or it runs locally. And certain things that it does, it requires the server to determine. So that the server has to be the authority. So you don't have people hacking their client and then being able to be something they're not or cheat. So damage. Okay, there's the hit. So is this me getting damaged? I think it is. So get the attacker. If it's the local player, increment the player's stat. So hit is coming into me and I'm an enemy. If I'm not the owner of the end view, I don't know what that means. Get the attacker. If the hit has a stagger multiplier, then stagger me. Okay, apply modifier to hit. Some global stuff. So here we go. So here's the status effect manager on damaged. And this is probably where it applies the particle effect. Block attack, add adrenaline, pushback, apply pushback. So like Frostner or Sledge, damage modifiers. There's the fire, poison, yada yada. Apply damage, add fire damage. So here's where it adds all the damage. If fire damage, if it's not less than or equal to 0. So if there is fire damage, it looks like it creates a status effect burning and then applies it to me, because that's my status effect manager. Then it adds fire damage. If it's not burning, add some fire damage and remove it. So I see. So if it's unable to actually apply the damage over time fire, it just says, okay, well, I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to apply all the fire damage right now. So it looks like it's trying to apply a status effect burning. And status effect burning, hold on. Status effect burning. Let's look at burning, what burning does. SE burning. Setup. Update. Do I see it putting a particle system on there? I do not. Add fire damage. I don't see it putting a particle system on it, but it appears to apply the burning. So how do I check this? I need to know if the boar that the dude hits. Hey, you mash nut. Yep, percentage is spelled in Swanglish. Programmers are notoriously bad spellers, but they're consistent. Exactly, it's spelled that way everywhere. It's weird that programmers are bad spellers because it seems like you have to be able to spell all the programming words. Huh. Okay. So I'm not seeing where the actual particle effect happens, but it may be burning anyway. But I want to find what's required when you're doing fire damage to something to see the particle system. Add fire damage. Add status effect burning. Right. And then, so maybe it doesn't. Where does it? You'd think words. SE burning. Where do it be at? SE burning can also apply spirit damage. That's interesting. The setup doesn't do anything. Status effect modifies the hit data. Hit type is burning. Applies the remaining damage when the timer runs out. Tick effect create. What's that? That looks like a particle system. Yeah, it's an effect list. So something starts the tick effect. I bet it's the base class. Status effect. Where'd it go? Yeah, down here. Start effects. Here's the sound of me scratching my head. That's what this channel is all about. Me going, huh? What? So I'm going to look at setup. Character message. Okay. Trigger start effects. Yeah. So here we go. We get the player, get player model if it's a player. Otherwise, start effect instances create start the effect on me now. So start effects are set up for this status effect in the data in the Unity editor or something. Yeah, and Volk says now all the IDs have autocomplete. Yeah, it's not just autocomplete anymore. It's auto code almost. It's like, do you mean to type all of this entire block of code? And the scary thing is that it's often right, which is a huge time savings. And before it used to be just like, oh, here's a type that you're typing something that I recognize in my dictionary. So here, do you want to just hit tab and take this variable name? Now it's like, oh, I think you want to write this chunk of code. And it's often wrong, like wildly wrong. And sometimes the code is the right idea, but it's buggy. So it's like most AI things, like large language model things. It's like, almost right, but it's consistently almost right, but never like always right. And I always say like even a broken clock is write twice a day. So if it's never correct, then it's never, you can't trust it. Can't trust it. So there should be a particle. So anyway, long story short, Oat Horse, send me bread, says Xmall. Dude, you should see what we made today. Holy fuck. Let me see if I can get my coworker to send me some pics. He took some glamour shots. Oh, wait a minute. I might have that. Let me turn the stream off. So hold on a sec. I'm going to see if I can pull up a picture of some of the shit we've made today. Quick bread. Tangents here. I don't see it turning up in my photo list. It's on my phone. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'll see if my coworker can send me. All right, I'm back. Whoops. Here's the Unity physics module, Unity engine physics module. Why am I looking at this? I don't know. I just accidentally hit the wrong tab. Let's go back to the editor. So I was digging around trying to see. I think it should apply correct particle systems if the damage output of the enemy is of the right damage type. So let's go back to pacifism. Let's look at the fire arrow. I say percentage damage modifiers. Is there damage types, modify attack skill damage modifier? This is just the attack stuff. You can upskill it. You can increase the default damage by modifying it by a multiplier, and then you can do the same thing for damage types with multipliers. What's this SB thing? Will it print out a pretty list? Get tooltip string. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it'll show you what the modifiers are as a tooltip string. I could display that in the UI. That's handy. There is a good toString too. So let's use toString in our code. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? So let's just do the toString. Yeah, okay. And then we'll just print that out. Now let's see if Fire is printing anything interesting. I would send you bread. I'd be actually happy to send you bread. I don't know in what condition it would arrive. But I'm happy to set some stuff aside and like vacuum seal it in a bag and send it, and hopefully it'll. I'm willing to try that, man. I'll send you some bread. Get you a loaf and a couple pretzels and maybe something else. If it comes and it tastes like plastic and hot garbage, I'm sorry. But I actually do want to figure out a way to ship this stuff because I would love to increase our range with the bread and be able to do like next day bread delivery with bread preserved in some way. But yeah, let's work it out. We'll figure out a way to get that to happen. Fire arrows. Stop it. Whoops. Come chase me over to this pig. Okay, go do it. All right, pause. Get the debug text. Status effect applied. Yonder fire setup called fire 1.5. So, okay, so code is executing. When the grayling attacks, I want to display the damages he does. Maybe I want to set the modifier higher than the base damage modifier and see if that triggers the fire effect. Let's try that first. That's easy. You're going to beta test the bread? That's cool. Nice. I just stealthily tried to hit my vape, and I'm sure it wasn't, because last night I thought I was stealthily doing it, but it's like right next to the microphone on my headset. So, you know, I'm talking and then there's a pause and then there's this like huge like sound. Stop. Don't. Oh, whoops. Just going to hit him. What am I testing? I forget. I got him go. I got him chase. Big dummy. Did I want to see the text? Oh, I was testing to see if the attack, if it was predominantly fire damage, if it made a difference, which it does not. So now I guess I want to see anytime an enemy is hit, what the damages look like. So let's see if I can get the hit data at the point where the enemy receives data. And I think I already patched that one in my code. Let's see. It's in this other function, other file. Hit data. That's trees taking damage. I have super woodcutting code that I don't use. Hit data, tree base. No, not patching hit damage. All right, so let's look at pacifism. RPC damage. So here's where the damage is actually applied. I'm not using this function for anything right now, so I'm going to print for anybody who damages anyone else. And this is a prefix patch, so this is before the damage is applied. The hit data is passed in. The attacker is there. The guy getting hit is there. And then I want to print hit dot, whoops, hit dot modifier m damage is damage types toString. Hit that m damage is damage types toString that. So now anytime let's call it our damage for any character blank hit by blank with damage types. Hit and damage. Yeah. All right, now we can see if fire damage is actually applied to the boar. Pixel Diablo had a really cool mock-up of the main menu where it's like a proposed UI idea for selecting game modes. It's pretty slick. I don't know if I have the brain power to actually implement it in Valheim, but maybe. I don't know how to do that kind of thing, so it's yet another thing I can try to figure out. All right, come over here, you little feller. Time to punch a pig. That one. Or his friend. Go get him, buddy. Oh, that did damage. That applied fire directly to the dude. Am I even in Pacifist? What happened there? That fire arrow did straight up fire damage to the guy. Oh, I think I know what that is. Yeah, that's no good. Okay. It was the fact that yeah, hold on. I removed a piece of code that prevents me from killing him with my arrows. It was this code right here. If the attacker's the player, turn false. I still want to print my thing, but I still don't want the player's damage to go through to the enemy. Okay. But it clearly a fire arrow does cause fire damage and put a particle effect on the thing, right? So that all works. So why doesn't fire damage from a Thrall burst the other dude into flames? I don't know. Arsonist mode would be pretty fun. Like everything is burnable and just go around with fire arrows and lay waste. Just, light the base of a tower on fire and watch all the bottom stone blocks burn and then break, and that could be fun. Burn everything. So I'm in Trophy Hunt because I are a genius. Yeah, arsonist mode. You can only set fire to things. You can't do anything else. You can build, build structures, but you can only you walk around with a flamethrower. Is there a weapon that would make a good flamethrower? Maybe the arbalist. Just constant stream of flame coming out of it. All right, got my fire arrow. I'm gonna actually save with a fire arrow, so I don't have to do this every time. You know what? I'm actually gonna save with my bow and the fire arrow equipped. Oh, it's not gonna let me save this soon. Okay. Okay, come here. We'll go punch a pig. I want to see. Fire staff, right? That's true. So like a fire staff like Tim the Enchanter from Holy Grail, where you just like lower your staff and a giant gust of fire blasts out. All right, the Grayling got hit. I want to see him hit the other dude. Can you would you mind actually being useful for a second? Too much to ask. Can I hit a pig? All right. Now go get your buddy. Come on, he's being mean. Go get him. There we go. That was a hit. Let's have a look at what printed out. Status effect applied. Okay, let's see. And RPC damage. Boarhorn boar clone hit by boar clone. Blunt only. So blunt damage for almost 6. So clearly it's not passing the fire damage along. My status effect is not working. So he's charmed. Or maybe it was too long. I don't know if this. Okay. Let's do time to live on that much longer. I want to do one more test. So when I apply a Thrall status effect, I do it for 30 seconds, and then maybe that's too small. Let's do it for 5 minutes. Damage modifier 2, skill level modifier. And there's no damage type modifier, I don't think. Health, stagger, iter, armor, attack, percentage damage modifier. So this should be getting applied if the status effect is still active. Let's try it with a 5-minute timer. You can change arrows at full draw. Oh, that's super handy. Yeah, this would in this mode, weapons are useless. So you would basically have a hammer and a bow, and maybe not even a bow, but like a hammer, a bow, and arrows on your hotbar. There's pretty much no other reason to use your hotbar except for food. If you're Xmal, gotta have those last 3 food slots. I know precisely why you do that. I just think it's idiosyncratic. It's like it's a look brand. All right, fire arrows. Come here. See if I can get you to hit the boar this time. There they are. Look at them. Love that little wiggle. And what did I do that time? Oh, did I somehow revert an old change? Attacker's the player. Oh, that's not. It's not pacifist mode. Yep, thanks, Mashnut. Totally, that was it. GMTA. Oops. It's premature. All right, you're meaner than he is, so come here. Stamina. Nice. There it goes. Get him. Get him. Get him. Hit him. Infuriating little pig. Okay. No, just blunt. For 9 damage. So, Grayling hit by Boar Clone, blunt, 9 damage. I wonder if by skipping damage to the... So it comes in to do the damage to the character. In that case, it was the Grayling being attacked by the boar. The Grayling is the character here. The attacker is the boar. If the attacker is the player, return false. Means the arrow doesn't do damage. But if the attacker is something else, do I want to... I don't see how this is going to affect the mob violence and the fact that it's not calling my function. Kill this dead code. Percentage damage modifiers. Armor multiplier. Damage modifier. I don't know that the damage modifier is affecting it either. So I'm thinking my status effects just flat aren't working. They were working. I could see a difference. But those damage values coming out of the enemies are not... let's see, what can I do to see what... Yeah. I want to print out when he gets hit. I want to print out all the status effects that are on the dude and see if the status effect's running in it. Maybe it's not. Maybe it just there's something I'm not doing to set the status effect to actually start, or is clearing it out immediately, or something. Let's look. So here, it's not the player, print this. So let's do this as well. Let's go me instance. I'm the Grayling in this case. SE man. Get status effects. Okay, and that's going to return a list of status effect. Cool. Call that status fx equals that. For each, what was it saying? For each SE and status effect, SE name, time to live. That sounds pretty good. Is there a toString function in here? No. Oh, that's interesting. Get time string, return time string, get icon text. Let's do that. It has a nice, Valheim has a nice little function in there that will print a pretty time remaining string for the UI. I'm just going to call it c.m get icon text. Right? Is that what that was? Yeah. Handy. All right, what did I fuck up? Look at all these errors. Oh no, that's fine. Getting parched mouth syndrome here. I think I need to get another beverage. Not sure how late I can go tonight because I've got an early start tomorrow. Probably another couple hours. I haven't even gotten into adrenaline yet. But once this is working, then I can just read the player's adrenaline, excuse me, and modify the damage modifiers, attack modifiers, armor modifiers, whatever, by the percentage of a player's adrenaline. So adrenaline goes from 0 to 100%. I would just use that as a scalar value. So like 1 plus, it's like divided by, say it's 80, divided by 100, it's 8. And then I would modify the Thrall's damage, all of its modifiers by like 1.8, or if it's 90%, 1.9, or maybe just modify it by wait, I'm in the wrong game mode, right? No, I'm right. Modify it by a larger value, but I want to scale the Thrall's output based on how much adrenaline you've got, and that change will be super easy. Excuse me. Once I've got this basic status effects system working. Oop. Come on, poopy pants. Let's go over here and to catch a picketer. Come here. Go get him. All right. So the hit happened. Check the log. Grayling hit by boar blunt. And the damage value, and I don't see that new text. Excuse me. This list of status effects. So that leads me to believe there aren't any. So the status effect manager for oh, wait a minute. Am I doing this wrong? This is the character getting damaged, and I'm printing that stuff out. I want the player, the attacker, the person who hit him. That's a derp. The attacker's damage type is hit damage. The hit damage type is blunt, but I want to see if, okay, yeah, no, I'm printing it for the grayling, not the pig. I feel like I'm close though. I think I can get this up and running and make some actual progress. Once I know that I can do this correctly, then I can start just checking that all the other poison, lightning, all that stuff is transferring. And then it's tweaking numbers, tweaking timers, scaling it by adrenaline, playing around with trinkets and seeing how I want to integrate trinkets. I think this mode will be very trinket heavy because it's a very powerful way to modify both your and your Thrall's behavior. Okay. Come on, pink boy, let's go. So you got a 5-minute SE on you. Hit something. Come on, hit something. Oh, you almost swung. Well, it's the idea. Just do it closer to the pig next time. There it is. Oh, you almost had it. Come on, buddy. And for this guy, am I right? Did he hit him? Let's see. Grayling hit by boar. No. We have another 2 enemies alive. Yeah. All right, Piggy. Let's rock and roll. Gotta figure out why that says 30. I left the string in there. Funny. All right, that was an attack that should have landed with status effect TTL 30, 19 seconds remaining. Doesn't say what the status effect is, though. Let's see if I can do this. SC dot. I did name, and it printed nothing. Do I even set the name on these things? I don't think so. SE dot name message timer is new category. Two string. No. What about the type? Let's see if it'll print the type. And I'm also going to set name on these things. So the base status effect name is base Gondor effect. So much of programming is redundant stuff like this. Flint. Fire. The music. Bronze. Yeah, I'm a thirsty boy. Oh yeah, before my break, I want to show off some bread we made today. Been working on this one for like 2 months now. Doing R&D on it. This fucking bread, man, it like the starter has to be fed 3 times a day. And then there are 2 doughs that are made one day after the next. The first dough is used to make the second dough. It has to proof like overnight multiple times. It's crazy. It's just so complicated, but the bread is so incredibly good. Like insane. It's like my favorite bread in the frickin' world. With very good reason, believe me. But I think I'll have a picture to show off in here in a second. I got a response from my co-worker, my cow-orker. Carapace. Chard. Okay. Now it'll at least have a name. All right. So things are going to move fast once I can verify that this little bit of delicate manipulation of Valheim is working. I promise. Then I want to organize a herd of super buff boar to take down Ike, and then sit there and block Greylings while I buff the hell out of my crew. I think that'd be fun. All right, we're going all boar all the time because you are a little... Come here, you. See that pig? I don't think... Whoops. Don't think much of that pig right now, do you? But look at him now. Boom, there it was. Yeah, it's there. Status effect, fire, Gondor effect, trophy hunt mod, SE Gondor fire. Time to live 23 seconds remaining. For some reason, I'm overriding that 30 seconds. But the status effect is there. And the boars attack. Hold on. The damage resolution happened and then this got called? What's that mean? That means that the damage already happened before. That's what this is. I'm putting my status effect on after the damage happens. Is that possible? No, because I'm not catching the arrow. So why is my status effect it's getting called? Wait, it's on. Oh yeah, no, it's on the dude. It's on there running. It's got plenty of time left. The damage happened, but for some reason the damage code doesn't get my status effects modifiers. Okay, well I can track this down. I'm gonna take a quick break. Oh, I was gonna show bread. Yeah, one sec. Let me go into stealth mode for a second here and bring up my window. And then I can demonstrate the breads. One moment, please. Imagine some of your favorite music is playing right now. Okay, so this is the bread part of the stream. I have yet to integrate the bamboo flute playing part of my stream. So you got that to look forward to. So these are a cheese pretzel. Let's see if I have one of these pictures a little bit. Can I not page through these? That's so weak. So this is a cheese pretzel that I made today. Pretzel's nice and brown. The cheese is like a cheese crisp around the outside, nice and crispy. The holes in the pretzel are filled with melted cheese that solidifies into like a cheese crisp. And the pretzel is, salted. These are super tasty. And so I put them out today and they sold out in like an hour. Then we have Panetones. And this is what we've been working on for ages. And the Panetone is, these are hanging upside down. You can see a traffic cone in the background, and this is a sawhorse. These legs are a sawhorse. So we have a special rack where you perforate the little cup you bake it in with the spikes, and then you take the whole thing and you hang it upside down. So right after these come out of the oven, they hang upside down, and so they don't collapse. And otherwise they would fall. But after they cool, the Panetone, it's hard to see scale here, but the Panetone it's a half a kilogram, so it's like 2.5 or 2.2 pounds roughly of dough. So 8 of these have 19 eggs and 1.5 pounds of butter in them, and there's very little flour. So the flour is just there for structure, and the rest of it is just fat, right? And there's sugar in these; they're very sweet, and there's chocolate and white chocolate and candied fruit, it's like if you slice this in half, it's got all these big holes in it. It's got this very feathery kind of light crumb. And it like melts in your mouth because most of the internal contents is egg yolk and butter. So they're super delicate and hard to make, and it's kind of like the holy grail of sourdough baking because we don't use any yeast. Yeast is easy, but this is all natural leavening, and it takes 4 days to make one of these things. You have to start by feeding the starter. You have to then make the first dough the next day. Then you have to make the second dough the next day. And then there's mixing and proofing, and then you have to let it rest overnight a couple times. And then the next day you can bake it. And so we just baked this today. And there's a guy named Roy, and Roy's Panettone. He sells these things for about $100, and they're really damn good. Whether I don't think ours is worth $100 yet, but we'll probably sell these for $40, and that's 40 or 50. And like I said, that's a half a kilogram loaf, so it's not small. But I don't have a good picture for scale. It's a little hard to tell how big that is, but if you think of a big loaf of bread, it's about that big, but it's this sweet bread. And this outside is this sort of wheat flour sweet crust, and then it's got these big pearl sugar chunks in it. Anyway, bread porn. That'll have to do for now. I'm going to take a quick break, refuel, cycle some water through my body, and I'll be right back. And we're back. I don't know if you guys watch Francis John. He's this YouTuber who plays a lot of strategy games. Pretty entertaining channel, super smart guy, like crazy engineer brain, like crazy good engineer brain, not like engineers are crazy. And that's his catchphrase. And we're back. I love that. I don't have a catchphrase. I could use one. I'll take suggestions in the chat or comments for what my catchphrase should be. We worked on it the other night, and the closest I got was, oh God, what was it? Oh yeah, fuck them up, and that's terrible. It's definitely an R-rated channel. Whatever. So what am I seeing here? I'm seeing that the status effect is on the character, but the damage type is delivered as blunt. And the hit, let's see, the hit happens, damage is set to blunt. Then I print out that the status effect is there. So it's like when the hit is being calculated, that the status effect system is not even being referenced. Or if it's being referenced, it's going, oh, you don't have a valid status effect. Screw you. I'm not going to do anything. I think that's probably what it is. So one of the places that it's going to do that is in SE damage or RPC damage. Because this seems like that's where it does all the work on the character. So let's have a look at RPC damage code in Valheim. We're in there now. And there are all these hit apply damage modifier calls. So if the attacker is valid, but it's not the player, then we get the difficulty player damage scaler, apply modifier difficulty damage scale player, apply modifier game damage, enemy damage rate. So these are game settings that affect global damage. Oh, see, here we go. SE man on damaged hit attacker. Oh, so it doesn't actually apply anything. It just, okay, so this is good knowledge, information, wisdom. So on damaged function. So what we need to do, you and me, brother, all of us, en masse, rise up, is we need to rise up and override in the base class, public override void on damaged, like that. So we get called when the damage happens, and it'll pass in a hit. Come on. And allow us to do something to it, I think. Oh, maybe we don't, because hit data needs to be modified, and it's telling us what the hit data is. All right, back it up. I got really excited. Started to form a posse. I know I was kind of getting ahead of myself there. Where were we? We were up in character undamaged. All right, well, it gives the status effect a chance to respond to the fact that damage was taken. Okay, backstab time, backstab effects, hit apply modifier, staggering is not player, block track, adrenaline apply. I'm looking for the SE man call. So all this stuff is coming out of the hit. So the hit should already have all this stuff in it. If we set the hit up correctly, where's hit come from? Get damage modifiers. The hit data. We're so close. What we do is fire. We set up a damage modifier, and we expect that outside code is going to call this status effect. Let's go look at the code again. We want to look at SE man. SE man, status effect manager, Seaman, C-man. There it is. So I'm happy that we're adding it and it's holding on to it and the timer is working. Awesome. But it's not modifying the hit data. Condor effect, SE stats. Yeah, so that undamaged function doesn't let us change the hit structure. But that hit is coming from, that's passed into RPC damage. All right, let's see who calls RPC damage. I'm jumping around a little bit here, but I really want to see why that's our stuff is not in the hit data that gets generated. So character, what is damage? It's called with the hit data, what calls damage? Lots of stuff. Attack trigger, swimming, stats, wet. Update status effect for any status effect. Create a hit data when it needs to heal the player. It modifies, makes a negative damage to heal the player. That works. Let's see. All right, yeah, it doesn't do anything here in the basic function. So who else calls damage? Player, it would be probably attack on attack trigger. Do area attack to melee attack. Character damage. If self damage is greater than 0, so you can hurt yourself on an attack. That makes a hit data. Let's try to do melee attack. No, it's not that. Block attack, update drown. None of these look right. Like, where's the main damage call when you hit something? On attack trigger. Do melee, you would think do melee would be where it happens. Get melee attack direction. There's an effect that you're going to put on the attack. Looks like it finds the hit points on the character. There's a sphere check in the physics system. There's a debug draw line that you could probably turn on if you knew the command. There's some ray casting to figure out where you were attacking and hitting. And every point where you end up hitting it, it adds it to a list. Then it looks at all the hit points and determines which one is the best one to use. Looks like you can set certain attacks up to use the average point of attack, like an average position at which all the points where you made contact with the enemy, the first one or the closest to you. Well, sensible, right? Makes sense. Different weapons have different effects. Like if you want to do a knockback, you want first contact point. If you want to do a slash, you want to do all the contact points averaged together. And if it's an AoE or something like that has a radius, you probably want the point at which it was closest to you, where, like a sphere distance or something. Creates a hit effect. Creates the hit data right here. Modify damage. So there's this damage function on this SE manager, modify attack. What is component 3? Component 3 is a destructible. So anything that can take damage, I assume. Destructible type can be, default tree, character, everything. So yeah, a destructible can be a character. So down here, it's looking at yada, yada, yada. Where was it? So here's where attack chain. So here's combo, damage modify. So you get, if the attack chain level is greater than 1 and current attack chain level is equal to total number minus 1. So it's the last in the chain. There's a 2x modifier and a 1.2 times multiplier to the push force of the attack. So the last attack of the chain is doing 2x damage. That's interesting. Character SE man, modify attack, skill type, hit data, modify attack, SE man, modify attack. Oh, so maybe this is where we get a chance. Yes, this is where we get a chance to make a modification. That's what I want to try and see if we can apply fire damage. Okay, I'm not going to be as excited as I was before when I thought that I had found the magic, whatever. Override, void, modify attack, please. Thank you. So we'll do base class. Base is such a bad keyword for this because it's the parent class. It makes it sound like you're really going all the way down the inheritance chain and only calling the base class. But it's, you know, the Microsoft language, so fuck them. Skill hit data. Right, so wait, why is that? Oh, ref, of course. Pass it by reference, so it goes in and can come back out. And here we want to do, we made this, what is it called? Percentage damage modifiers as part of our status effect. So what we want to do here is blast that into what is it? The hit data damage modifiers, M damage. Hit data dot M damage modify all let's modify all take damages, damage types, hit data. We want to modify the hit data. Getting a little lost in this code now. So hit data is just the structure. And here are all the modifiers, damage modifiers. And that is stored as what? Get modifier, apply if better, should override. That's it. Apply if better, damage modifier. Should override. Oh, so that's the scaling. It's not the. Maybe that's not what we want. That's this list of normal, resistant, immune, weak, berry, resistant, etc. We actually want to do the hit data's like a multiplier. Let me go back and see if I just maybe have the wrong thing. Hit data. Hit type. There's the modifiers. There's the damage types. Apply damage mod pair. Okay, yeah, we looked at something like this before. I'm looking for scalars. The damage types object. And we want to modify with multipliers. So it's the damage types. Okay, back to here. we have our hit data. Hang on a sec. Modify, right? With a damage type structure. Apply modifier. No. What am I looking at over there? Modify. What is that? That's on damage types. Yeah, it's M damage is damage types. Hit data, M damage, damage, modify, percentage damage modifiers. Okay, so that's it. So the hit modify attack gets called by the status effect manager. Gives us a hit data that we can send back. We take that hit data and modify it by our local value, which we've set up in these various different override classes with these. With wood, we don't have, what is wood as a damage type? Just straight base damage, right? Yeah, so we don't do anything special for wood. Maybe we will. So when it gets to fire, it's going to set this fire damage multiplier that will then get blasted into the hit data at the point during the character's RPC damage call. Where is it? I just saw it. There's a modify call. And then that should bubble down and create a particle effect on the enemy that was hit by the fire. So I have code in there to see if to list out all the damage types. So we'll see if fire passes through now. I'm really happy with my new rebranding of TrophyHuntMod development stream for sleep. I think that's perfect because Cookie's, dead to the world at this point. And so I know this shit works. All right, Pig v. Boy. Come here, boy. Wood boy. Pinocchio. Pinocchio of the woods, of the meadows. Under fire effect, 30 boar. Thrall burns its enemies. All right, so we should see. He didn't catch fire, though, did he? Ooh. Because it just says blunt. So now why is that? Let's now verify that we actually get called. I was feeling pretty bullish on that. So you're still awake, Bulk. All right, well done. You're resisting. You're the strongest among us. Everyone else is dead to the world. Even me, I'm sleeping right now. This is all automatic. Debug. You got to light the blunt damage. Yeah, blunt damage means that you hit some of that, dank ass cush or whatever, Yeah. And the grayling just sits down on the ground and starts puts on Bob Marley, stands up, starts doing hacky sack. Roblox right on. Yeah, I'm a good second screen stream, right? Just it's like having some dude over in the corner losing his freaking mind, and it's not your problem. The log warning, counter effect, modify attack called. So I'm gonna do in modifiers. Whoops. In modifiers are hit data.mdamage.toString, and then out modifiers. We'll do the mod call. Whoops. We'll do the mod call. And we'll print it again. Right. So now here it is before, here's the modification call. There it is after. And this call just takes there's multipliers that fire. Should be non-zero. Let's see if that goes through. I bet there's some special way to create these status effects. Like it makes them all at the front, sets them all up, and then it clones them as it uses them or something. And I'm trying to circumvent that, and I bet there's some step I'm missing. Something that is non-obvious about the way Valheim works that I could probably figure out if I read the code carefully, but it's TrophyHuntMod, that's go piggy, go piggy, go. Well, it's printing out the name now, so that's good. Come on, do the oh, you killed my dude. I'm in your fort killing your dudes. There it was. Status effect. Okay. Modify attack calls. In modifiers, blunt, blah blah. Out modifiers. No, in modifiers. Out modifiers is not printing. Now what is that madness? Oh, I probably didn't say out. Probably just says in again. Yeah. So I don't see any change. And as a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet this is somehow lost. Do I need to... Maybe this is my ignorance about how C# works. Maybe I need to add an override. You would think it would just call the base class function if the function didn't exist. No, it is calling it because I see the text. It's just not doing anything. So it is a fire. Setup is called. It shows that fire is there. Let me try the modify right directly in the thing with stuff. Modify attack. I'm going to move this function into my fire damage function class. Like that. So I set this on setup. It should be still there when I modify it. Let me print it. All right. and modifiers. Local modifiers. That thing. Whoop. That thing. Modify it. Out modifiers. Okay. I don't get it, dude. Some of these FPS games are buddy on here, in Roblox. Buddy is in the sense of like a butt, stinky like a butt. Well, that's probably not surprising considering that a lot of them are probably made by like 8-year-olds. I don't know. When do kids start programming and doing shit like that these days? 5? Are they doing it in their playpen on an iPad? I wouldn't be surprised. I'll never forget the first time I saw an iPad baby. It was at my daughter's swim meets. And their parents, their helicopter parents, had set up a little playpen on the grass. Okay, he hit him. All right, local modifiers is fire. In modifiers is blunt. Out modifiers is blunt. So that means to me that everything is 0. So I don't actually want modifiers or modify attack. I want something. So it makes sense. So I want to add the damage. So with a multiplier, yeah. So what it does is it takes the other damage and gives me option of passing in a multiplier. So I'm just using the wrong function. I just didn't read ahead in the book far enough. I just want to change this one word modify to this one word add. And then we'll move this function back up into the base class because I'm sure it runs fine there. Every time I don't think I don't know how a language works or how computers work or how physics works, I know that I just have some shitty assumption that is preventing me from seeing the truth. That was a bit of a runaround for the payoff, but should know better when I'm starting to suspect that I don't actually know how computers work. That, I mean, it's not like I'm some kind of fucking expert or it's like so not. And especially like more modern tech. Like it's going so fast now. If I haven't trained my own large language model neural net, then I'm just like, what, don't you have your own LLM set up at home? Don't you have a like, nah, dude. Just make bread, man. It's tasty. You eat it. It's flour, salt, and water. It's just yum. Okay, come here. Come here, you little wood boy. I'm gonna let this boar burn your little wood boy self. Come here. All right, let me see that tack land. Do it, boar. Come on, fire boar. Oh, hell yeah, he caught fire. All right, so that's it. That's hello world. You see that? That feels pretty victorious right there. So that's really all I had to do is find the one way to get that to pass through. So now we're wide open. I can, let's see, dev commands, spawn, freeze gland, spawn. Yeah, Firevolk, I got it. Spawn bronze 5, spawn poison is ooze 5, spawn obsidian 5, spawn iron 5, spawn, what is it, charred wood? Wood charred, I'm guessing. No, wood, ash wood. Ash wood. No. I don't know what that's called. Anyway, carapace. 5 spawn. What's frost? Fire, poison? What are some of the other ones that do stats? Oh, the lightning. I wish I knew what the charred wood was called. Anybody in the... I did make fire. Odehorse's quest for fire. What's the... I guess I can look it up on the web page. There's this great web page here that the TrophyHuntMod guys made. Fantastic. Those guys are pros. Like they made a mod framework to make making mods easier. And if anyone asked me, oh, I want to make a mod, how do I do that? I would immediately point you to TrophyHuntMod because it has these managers. It's very straightforward to manage most of the things in the game. I'm deliberately doing it by manually, like not using anything, just going directly to the code because I'm kind of stubborn that way. But like, there's no reason to go through all the hell that I'm going through. You could just use TrophyHuntMod. It's pretty lightweight. It handles pretty much everything in the game. There's a way to manipulate it, including the UI. So it's brilliant. Big shout out to TrophyHuntMod dev crew because they're pros. They know this. They know the code. They know the C sharp. They know Unity. Unlike me, I'm just flailing around in the dark. But I like it that way. So that's where the fun is for me. So I'm actually looking for an item. It's wood, ash. Let's look at all the woods. Yeah, it's a charred arrow, but I'm looking for the actual wood that drops. Axe wood, battle axe wood, blackwood, it's called. Spawn blackwood. That's 4 more. All right, I'm going to pick up all this crap. Now I'm unlocking all my cool new arrows. I got my boar friend. And we're going to save right here. And I'm going to start making arrows. So I should be able to make a freeze arrow out of this stuff. Frostgander. Should be able to make a bug gunder. I didn't want to put carapace, so I just put bug. So we have bronze, I think, already. Glass is obsidian, iron, poison. So this is cool now because not only can I apply these status effects from damage types, but it's clear to me that I can affect the target of my enemy, the target of the Thrall's enemy with other stuff too. I know where to put status effects on it. So that means that if I were to have a trinket and my adrenaline meter filled up, I could then, when it activated, catch that and apply the same status effect to all my Thralls, which is somewhere I want to go with this. And I see how the plumbing works now, so I can do that. And I think that'll be fun. Because I really want to do combat where all you do is, yeah, he's on fire. All right, nice. Let's go frost and see if I can replace your Frostgander effect. All right, nice. Need to find another victim, little pig man. So yeah, so the I'm pretty sure that the adrenaline stuff is going to be easy. I see adrenaline checks all over in the code. All right, go get him. What kind of pathing is that, dude? Got him. Well, he could have been Frosty, but you outright killed him. What we need is pig v pig violence here. What I need is some freaking food that doesn't suck. Spawn salad, spawn fiery spin stew. Fiery. Fiery. Oh, there's 2 ways to spell. There it is. All right, that'll make me a little more buff. Where was that other pig? Turned around now. Down here, I think. Oh, I'm an idiot. I mean, where'd my boar go? Did he... Let's see if he's still charmed. No, he's gone. So he lost aggro. He uncharmed, and I was far enough away that he lost aggro, which is a thing you can do. I may change that. Yeah, Mashnut's got it. Just spawn the freaking dude. Spawn boar 2. Shoot boar 1. Did I miss you? Yeah. All right, frost damage to the little boar, to the other boar. Do it. Let's see the frost damage, buddy. All right, he's frosted, and he's slow moving, and he's got frost clouds. Hell yeah. And we got poison arrows. I'm going to shoot my poison arrow through your heart, buddy. Oh, he's almost dead. Spawn another couple boars. Go get him. Let's see the poison happen. Wait, did I hit him with a fire arrow? Or do I have a bug? I bet the poison class applies fire damage. Yeah, derp. So I suppose I could do all of them. Let's make the wood arrow just load the whole thing up with everything. Just for no reason. Like everything. Just for shiggles, man. Just for shiggles. So what am I doing here? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, we want this. Paste it in front of all of these guys. How did I bork that? There it is. Right. So we'll add these multipliers. Right. Yeah. All right, we'll just do 2 for everything. Oh. Oopa-doopa. All right, so we're going to do blunt, slash, pierce, chop, pickaxe, fire, frost, lightning, poison, and spirit. So we should see a whole lot of shit going on. It's going to be one hell of a pig. Some pig. Yeah, definitely want to spawn something a little bigger. How loud's that vaping sound? On a scale of like annoying to like highly douchey, is that, you know, that scale, right? Ever been to a Starbucks? All right, so we're gonna, oh yeah, that's the wood arrow. That was kind of a snarky comment, kind of misanthropic comment about douchey people hanging out in Starbucks. Not everybody that hangs out in Starbucks is douchey, but it doesn't hurt. Okay, that was snarky too. Oh, there's a pig. Go get him, Uber Pig. Destroyer of worlds. Gargantua. Well, yeah, of course. What's something that's got a lot of hit points that won't one-shot the hell out of this pig? I could take a troll and just throw an army of super pigs at him. That's going to be Frost Troll. No, that's going to be Troll. That's going to be, I'm not in dev commands. Okay, there's my troll. Get him, Uber Pig. Oh, yeah. I'm starting to regret my decision. So God mode spawn, boar, 10. No. Leave the pigs alone. Oh, you poor animals. All right. We got wood arrows. I got no stamina. Oh, this is turning out to be quite the mess. One of you guys want to hit that troll? I want to see him burst into every kind of flames. Oh man. Oh, somebody. No. Maybe this is a more of a troll v troll kind of thing. There he goes. He's getting lightning damage. He's getting fire damage. I don't see poison on him. Oh, yeah, I do see poison. And I suppose spirit damage is in there somewhere. Like in between attacks, they're like, hey, bro, what's up? It's kind of nose to nose there. Yeah, so Uber Troll is Uber. And I see the little pink bars starting to dwindle. So charm is about to break. And he's back. Ow, my face. Yeah, I wonder. So if I make this damage modifier something redonkulous, like 10x, I wonder how well the armor multiplier works. Yeah, let's try 10x on that too, because we just saw troll on troll combat. So I'm just gonna add straight up 500 armor. So my charmed guy probably. Let's see. Let's get rid of some of these. I only want the pickaxe damage. Nice. I'm gonna make my enemies only do pickaxe damage and then only attack ore. Actually, you know what? I could do that. Actually, you can target objects in the world. There's a thing called oh shit, what do they call it in the code? I messed around with it for Saga. It's like a resource node for ores. I forget what they called it. It's got a funny name. It's like the fifth. It's like ends in a 5 because I guess the first 4 weren't great. What is that thing? I could have mining pigs where you like go out and you hit them with your pickaxe and they go out and like mine stuff for you. They just attack ore until it breaks with pickaxe damage. That's funny, man. That could be cool. Where is that stupid class? Yeah, there it is. Mine Rock 5. So I could have them go out and target Mine Rock 5s and just bite the ore until it. Oh, golems. Yeah, golems. You can use pickaxe, right? All right. So I'm gonna leave all this stuff. I'm gonna make his damage uber, his armor uber, and I wonder if I have to if I have to have functions to modify the armor, because the damage isn't part of this modifiers. The damage modifier is just a flat value, and I had to override this function. I had to override this function modify attack. I may need to modify hit, modify damaged, or something like that to get them to apply. Let's see. Maybe this works just straight up. La 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 la. What are we doing? Wood arrows. Let's bring my troll friend out. He'll take care of the spore problem we have here in the meadows. Well, I charmed him. He's over there doing God's work while I'm sleeping. That was highly disappointing. Yeah, look, there's a burning troll over there. I wanted to see how much his damage is being modified and whether he's like super armored against the burning dude out there. This looks about the same to me. Yeah, I don't see him doing like buku damage or having tons of extra armor. So I bet I have to override more of those status effect manager functions for this to work properly. Aw, dude, you killed my bro, Luggy. 10 points. I'm up to minus 10. Not again. So it's respawn me. Does that mean the save is after the spawn? It doesn't auto save. All right. So maybe it doesn't. So I had to I had to add this modify attack function. So I wonder if I need to add something like that for modify damage mods. Oh no, this is modifies damage, incoming damage to me. So this is the incoming damage. I think. Which is maybe how I want to do this instead of what I am doing. Because then I could make the Thralls resistant to specific types of damage. That would make them more useful than just having more armor. So put a pin in that. Possibly override that. What else we got? Modify health regen, stamina regen. I just want to look at a list of these. Where do I have that? I see, man. I like that you have a modify noise here. I could make stealth enemies that can't be heard so they can walk right up to stuff from behind. But, you know, you can't control them, so from behind doesn't, I guess, mean that much. Um, apply armor mods. Status effect, modify armor mods. Yeah, it looks like I have to override modify armor mods as well. Unless SE stats does it. Modify armor mods. So armor multiplier, add armor. Looks like SE stats already does that one. Modify attack. That's the one we did. Modify damage mods. That's incoming. So I think we already have. I think we want to use this M mods to modify incoming damage instead of adding more. Oh, there's armor mods as well. And that just uses, yeah, of course, modify armor mods. So it should be calling this and adding armor and adding an armor multiplier. What did we set our little guy up with? Set him up with damage modifier. That's it. So we could use armor modifiers as well. I could have sworn I did armor multiplier. Oh yeah, here we go. Add armor, armor multiplier. So I'm not sure I was seeing that. And M damage modifier is, let's look at that. Part of SE stats. What else? It's the only place it is. Let's see what modify attack is where it's used. Wait, what? Damage modifier, what? Where? Oh, right there. So we do modify attack. It's saying that if the skill that we specify, or the skill that is specified, is what this means to modify, or we mean to modify all the skills, then the damage is modified by the damage multiplier. So I think skill this is being called from outside in the character's RPC damage code. And it's passing that skill in, and it will automatically update here with if we set modify attack skill to all. Hit data is damage. It's modified by a damage multiplier. And that does a modifier to everything, if I believe right. Yeah. So it's just straight scalar. And then it will modify it again by percentage damage modifiers, which is what we are using. So we actually add it to the hit data to change the hit data. So maybe I'm not thinking backwards. I think that The status effect is on us, but we actually want to apply the damage modifier to, no, we want to apply it to us, right? Because we're attacking the other dude. And the hit data is, I got this backwards. Oh yeah, X, no worries, man. Hey, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Of course you're tired. That was, 4 hours of intense, like go, go, go. So congrats on the win, man. Someone's gonna gun for you and try to unseat you, but um, I'm glad you're holding the top spot down because I think it's making a lot of people, it's giving people goals, right? So it's hard to be the one trying to set the pace, right? But yeah, I'm gonna get back to your VOD and watch that run because I'm sure it was awesome. That was a amazing score. So good job. Um, appreciate you and thanks for sitting in on my stream. So I need to back up and yeah, right on, man. I love it. Bring it on. Um, so what am I doing here? The status effect that I apply is on my Thrall. And so when the Thrall attacks something, I modify it here. But if the Thrall gets hit, I need to modify that too. So I'm mixing up my damage modifier with, I think this is working. What did I set it to for wood? I set it to like 100, 10. Maybe it's not working. Why is this so hard for me to comprehend with my brain parts? Modify attack base in the base class of SE stats. It already does this. It says maybe the skill isn't the modify attack skill, so it doesn't apply the damage multiplier. This is only used. Do we even? Must already be using it, but I'm modifying the hit damage. If I attack, base one applies the damage modifier here. And then the percentage damage modifiers get applied on top of that. That's already happening. This refers to the values in the status effect. And then I actually modify the hit damage with the hit data. All right, now I'm wondering why add is necessary. Oh, because this is modify, not add. And modify does multiplication. So if it's 0, it's not going to be not 0. So maybe what we wanted is to add these first. Because if the only damage is we want to add in our custom modifiers first, and then let this thing blast them all by the damage modifier. And that will certainly increase the fire damage. Yeah, okay, I want to try that. I think that's just a matter of order of operations here. 8 o'clock. I've got maybe another hour in me. I can feel my snap starting to dwindle a little bit. It's a pretty long day. Okay, so most of this is working. What am I working on now? I'm trying to get the damage modifier to be applied. I think it is now. Where did I put 300? We'll test that with wood arrows and trolls. Then I want to make sure that I can scale armor multiplier. So we're going to look at SE stats, M armor multiplier. And modify armor mods is how that's happening. So this will be called from outside with an armor value. Then I've got add armor and armor multiplier that have to get called. And then who reads these and just passes armor back out. So that should be working. Right? Looks like that already is working. But I didn't see the charm troll having a tremendous amount of more additional armor or multiplied armor than the one that was attacking it. It didn't look like it was affecting it. So modify armor mods. I want to see who calls that one. SE stats, modify armor mods. Who calls you? Apply armor mods. So, okay, who calls you? I'm having deja vu. Am I recursing into infinite inception matrix of, like, if I can't remember long enough, I'll just keep going around and around in the code, like Mr. Short-Term Memory. Status effect modify armor mods. It's called by status effect list dispose. I don't see this being called anywhere else. Apply armor mods. Yeah. Oh, uses. Never mind. Used by get body armor. And get body armor is on the player. So maybe this only is used by the player. And that would explain why the trolls weren't getting none. Get body armor, armor plus equals apply armor mods. So modify SE man, modify. So does only the player have? Yeah, only the player has armor. Is it handled some other way? Apply damage mods. Who calls that? Oops. Character get. This may be closer. Apply armor damage mods. All right, I'm getting into a linguistics hole here. So what are we doing? We've got this status effect manager get damage modifiers passing in a weak spot. So it says if the weak spot has damage modifiers, use those. So this is incoming damage, I think, for this character. And then apply armor damage mods. And then the status effect manager. So where are we right now? we're in character. So we apply armor modification to the player, to the character, and then we go into the status effect for that manager for that character and do it again. Or something similar. And damage modifiers is there isn't one base damage type, so it has a type. The modifiers at least all have a type. So this is going to be incoming armor against these things. So I mean, armor against incoming damage for these types, and that's a buff. And then we return it and get damage modifiers. Apply damage modifiers. So the character get damage modifiers. Right. Who calls you? I'm going to guess the damage computation code, RPC damage. Yes. So that's the path for buffing armor. Where did we get here? Apply armor mods and status effect, modify armor mods. SE stats, modify armor mods, and those are the two values we use. That was called by SEman apply, which goes through all of them and does that computation, passes it out to and that's where I got lost. Oh yeah, get body armor for the player. But character get damage modifiers. Ouch, my brain. My man brain is hurting. Apply damage mods is called by the character. When it's getting them. And that's called by RPC damage. So for the character, that it's going to call apply damage mods. Modify damage mods on the status effect. Okay. And the default behavior for SE stats for apply damage mods is what? Modify damage mods. No, that's right. We saw this and it looks fine. SE stats has modified damage mods. Doesn't apply. And so this is resistances to all these different types of damage. And I guess that's how we do it. Not sure I'm getting enough oxygen right now to unravel this. So why doesn't this have an effect? Because it's right here. These things are being used by this dang thing. This base class SE stats has apply damage mods. Modify damage mods apply, and I don't get it, dude. Oh, now we're back to outgoing damage. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Damage modifier for the Widow is 10x. Well, let's make it 1000x and see if we can tell the difference there. And the armor as well. So he should be super beefy because he's got 1000 armor just straight off the bat. Modify armor mods, armor. Yeah. Armor multiplier is times 1001. Yeah, so we should definitely see the wood arrow making that troll gargantuanly beefy. Colossally. I realize now that when I talk about vaping on my channel, it's probably in normalizing it for somebody who's on the fence about it. Don't fucking mess with nicotine, man. Just don't even, it's not cool automatically because it's vaping. It's douche as hell. And nicotine does nothing for you. It's a neurotoxin. In small amounts, it causes some euphoric feelings. It's fucking horrible. It's a fungicide. Am I on wood arrows here? Fire. Ah, shit. I want trolls anyway. So yeah, just don't even mess with the damn thing. Smoking's not cool. It was in the like 50s or whatever, 30s, 40s, 50s. Back when people didn't know how disease worked. So anyway, I don't endorse doing it. I'm not trying to encourage anybody, and I don't want to trigger anybody. Yeah, no, they seem to be taking about the same amount of damage as each other. I don't really see any significant difference between the troll on troll action here. Yeah, they're about keeping up with each other. So for whatever reason, that doesn't seem to be coming out. Like it's all in this stuff. This thing doesn't seem to have an effect. Now one wonders if armor multiplier does anything. Let's make that 1000. Comment these out and just leave them as 0. And let's try blunt. Wait, did I? Yeah, blunt. 1000. Because I know that works. It works, Christine. I lied. I dozed off. It works. My powers are unparalleled and unchallenged. Listening to me prattle on and on about code is not a badge of courage, believe me. If my droning monotone while I circle around a problem for an hour puts you to sleep, I suggest you go with that. That's probably normal human brain function to respond to that sort of thing. Right, we're going all wood all the time. I want you to stay out of this for now. Oh, you're going to follow me, aren't you? Faithful little pig. Boom, square in the butt. Oh, good lord. Yeah, okay, so that 1,000 times blunt damage, that pig just one-shotted that troll. So that definitely does work. Now, why are you rolling up on me? Oh, you're trying to get to another pig? Pick on somebody your own size, you big... Yeah, he's a beast with his blunt damage cranked up to 1,000%. All right, so this is not useful to us. Let's get rid of that goofy damage multiplier and see if he's like super buff when I multiply his armor. So the goal here would be to read the player's adrenaline, and I want adrenaline even if you've not got a trinket on. I know it doesn't really make sense because if you fill the bar, what happens? But I don't care. You know, it doesn't need to do something. If I tie percentage of adrenaline bar filled to scaling the damage and armor of the enemy. And I wonder if Valheim's going to fight me on that. Dev commands, God, spawn, troll 2. You are mighty. Ouch. I didn't get that shot off. All right. Well, I shot it right between his legs. Didn't hit him at all. Suddenly I realize I'm in the wrong game mode. Yeah, I'm starting to flag a little bit. So here's a new one. Maybe I'll fall asleep on stream and I'll just stream myself sleeping. So you'll hear the microphone rustling and everybody can fall asleep at the same time. It's kind of a, cinema verite ASMR sleeping aid video. So I'll just go live and then pass out. Maybe I'll get one of those old Kinect things from the 2000s for the Xbox, and then I can make a wireframe skeleton of me tossing and turning in bed. You can see that is the visual. Let's see. Let's what commands? God spawn troll 2. Shoot one in the butt. Okay. Now the armor. I want to see a difference in armor. No, that's not having an effect. So we're going to remove these guys and we're going to rely entirely on the percentages. And we wanted to see where the armor multiplier. Am I going in circles? I keep thinking I'm going in circles. The armor multiplier we're looking at here. The additional armor we're looking at here. Modify armor mods was not happening. This is coming from the combat code. I was expecting this to have an effect, but it doesn't seem to. Yeah, I'm kind of circling around again. So add armor should be okay. Damage modifier we don't care about. So we're going to do this entirely. Is that right? Yeah, because that was having no effect. So this add armor and armor multiplier is not happening. And it looked like in SE stats that it was being computed in modify armor mods. So what I want to do now is override this guy in my class and see that it's actually getting called and seeing that this value is correct. So let's do that here. This would be for all of these different things. I want to print log warning. Modify arm mods called with that much armor. Base dot modify armor mods ref armor. Modified 2. And then I want to print out what my local variable armor add armor is. Oh, hold on. Need formatted strings. Oop. So we want to look at add armor and armor multiplier. Okay, and then we'll just see what happens when 2 trolls. Really, are there Twitch streams where people just sleep? And why not? You can't have an original idea anymore. Somebody's already doing it. There's some internet law that someone's turned it into a fetish too. So whatever you can think of, someone's going to do it, and then someone's going to fetishize it. All right, my boy just got hit. Let's see if there's something going on in here. Hit weak spot head. Okay. Troll clone hit by troll clone. Blunt 62. Chop 89. Pickaxe 35. Oh, I know trolls did all that. Maybe that was the log. I don't see any armor or anything being printed. But we theorized, I think, at one point that this was player armor and that for enemies, it's a different thing. And that makes me think of this other status effect, which has the damage shield in it. Perhaps we need to look at that. Because I see a way to modify incoming damage by damage type, and maybe we want to do that. Because we're doing outgoing damage by damage type. I think we can modify incoming damage by a damage type as well. But I want to look at this other status effect first. Oh, I am starting to drift down a little bit. I can feel my enthusiasm flagging. Man, that fudge is wearing off. When did fudge lose all its power? God, what was that? It was not health upgrade. Shield, SE shield, undamaged. Right, this is the damage absorbing one. And it overrides undamaged. It descent, okay. So it passes in a hit, gets total damage, adds it to the total damage, sets the incoming damage to 0, and creates a particle effect. So that's the shield. Complete enemy, complete block. Undamaged. Doesn't allow you to. Does allow you to apply a modifier to the hit. So that is maybe what we want to do, is something like that. Modify armor mods is not getting called because that's used on the player, but if we public override void on undamaged, then we can modify hit dot apply armor. No, it's not a function. Oh, that's AC. Want to modify? Is there a modify function for hit? Apply modifier multiplier, or base damage, resistant damage, weak damage, immune damage. Oh, it's telling me. Okay, I don't want that. The attacker hit me with this hit. And what I want to do is nullify some of that. So how do we scale everything? By a value. Apply armor, apply modifier, apply resistance. Damage modifiers, out damage modifiers. Significant modifier. No. Again, hit data. Is it the same? Here it is. So this is a damage multiplier, not an armor multiplier. So we have the ability to scale the damage down with modify, because it'll just multiply all the incoming damage by some set value. So that's maybe how we handle this, is we scale it down. So it's like 1 over the armor multiplier. I think that's what we want to do. So it's really 1.0 over the armor multiplier. And we'll ignore add armor because these variables aren't used for anything but the player. But if this is a character, the system doesn't use them, I can use them. And I don't have to make my own. Why don't I just make my own? I could just make my own. This might have side effects. Let's pull that. My base class can do this. I don't have to do it here. So let's do that. Yeah. Modify damage mods. That was a dead end, I think. Let's go with undamaged, modify. And then I think this works. We'll do our own hit data, damage types, incoming damage scale. And then we can use that. Right? Can you modify with whole structure? Looks like it. Right. So I can customize my incoming damage scalar. And the way we would set that up is on setup, we would say incoming damage scale is dot add damage types other. No, I need to get them all set to 1. I need to manually set those up. Yeah, so incoming damage scale, we'll use that. And modify will multiply. Oh, yeah, no, this is right. Multiply 1 plus the multiplier. So it's going to, even if this is modify damage. So we want to uniformly reduce the amount of all damage types. I'm making this more complicated than I need to. Let's just make this a float. And we'll go back to what I had before, which is 1 damage scale, 1 over m incoming damage scale. So it's, if this is set to 100 by default, that would be 100th of the damage. And if this is passed back out, then we should be able to see one of the beefy trolls. I just need my thralls to be sturdier, and bonus points for being sturdy against certain stuff, but I don't think we need the distinction for, you know, maybe not. Maybe a fire arrow makes them both do fire damage and be resistant to fire. Right now I'm going to start with just giving them the ability to set things on fire or do a specific damage type, and then just be resistant to everything. Because I think it's a finer point as to, like, I don't think it's fun to pick which arrow you need to be resistant to a boss's attack. for your thralls. I'm in trophy hunt. To be resistant to the boss's attack. I think you just want to be resistant to everything. I don't think you want to micromanage your thralls' resistances. So even though we can do it, oops, I almost did it again. Dang it. Even though we can do it, I don't think it's worth doing. Well, there's a lot of pictures of bread. Don't look at that. Although I will show this. Just because my streams have no actual subject matter, mostly sort of programming, kind of. But I just wander around completely with what I talk about. I want to show off that flute because that flute's fucking cool. And I'll tell you why in a second after this pig submits to my pokey domination with my pokey arrows. Commands God troll, not spawn troll. 2. Let's get a wood arrow up. Boom. All right, so now my boy should be beefier. Oh yeah, he hella beefy. He ain't taking no damage. Okay, so that's how we do it. And if I want to get specific with its, resistance to damage types, then whatever. But this basically takes any incoming damage that he's receiving and scales it by some value. 1 over 1,000 is a very small number. Nice bread, nice flute. Yeah. You see through the facade. There's very little to me. It's Valheim flute and bread. Yeah, so the story on the flute is this flute, I don't know if you can see this illustration, but it's of a naked person, presumably a woman, could be a man. Their butts showing. They got long hair. They're running in the grass, and they're raising their arms to the sun, like Solaire in Dark Souls, and they're praising the sun. And it says right here, music is love. This flute was made in the 70s in Tennessee on a commune by a woman who did all this, who built the flute, tuned it, inscribed it scrimshaw style with by scratching the illustration into it and then rubbing it with some kind of dark pigment, and then they would play instruments at this commune, and this flute sat at this woman's house for 50 years. And one of the things I do at the bakery, other than make bread, is while I'm waiting for pretzels to go, and I've got little patches of time, I'll go out in the garden. We have this beautiful garden out back, and I pull out my old Chinese flute and I play, and the customers are out there and they love it. So every once in a while, somebody will be really taken by it, and so I'm starting to collect flutes. And this one is a treasure. This thing's an antique. It's a little janky. It's a 6 holes on top, no thumb hole flute. It makes a really beautiful sound, and it's tuned like immaculately, like right at A440. But it was such a generous gift, and the woman that gave it to me, this woman, she's the mother of the founder of the bakery who sold the bakery to the current owner. So she's a local in this little coastal community that has been, going to that bakery since her daughter founded it. Her daughter has since moved on, but this woman whose granddaughter works at the bakery still decided to donate it to me. And I didn't, it's such a generous gift. I'm so blown away by it. And because of the scale it's in, the only thing I can play on is the Hobbit theme from Lord of the Rings. Oh, flute stream. Well, let's see about that. Let's get Chat GPT up, and let me see if I can get a Dolly Goofy looking cartoon horse dressed like a Valheim Viking playing a flute. If I have a title card for it, you know, maybe I've got a desk microphone and play some Chinese songs that I don't know the names of because I can't read Chinese. That's not bad. That's not bad. I like the one with the arrow stuck in his butt. He's chewing on the flute, not playing it. Either one looks like they're actually playing it. I would like adjustments. Make the horse even stupider looking. Make the cartoon style make the cartoon style like Ren and Stimpy, and make the damn horse actually play the damn flute. You hear all this mayhem in the background? This is great. This is the soundtrack of ChatGPT. Go AI. I hesitate to know how many electrons we're pulling out of the Earth. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's gargling the damn thing. That's disturbing. All done. That the horse is now maximum stupid, maximum chaotic, and definitely playing that flute. Want it even uglier, dumber, grosser, or more Viking-y? God, the AI is so barfy. That's a freaking riot. That's disturbing. This is like freaking Robert Crumb. Less Robert Crumb, a little cuter, and make contact between the flute and the mouth of the horse. The horse will be blowing into the flute, not chewing on it or ramming it down his throat. I can't have this mayhem happening in the background. It's rattling my nerves. Okay, that's too cute. I love how it's like properly flute playing this time while he's like licking it and holding his lips. And then this little cute little adorable little guy, his tongue actually is the flute. The flute like is growing out of his tongue. Well, I won't play flute on stream until I've reached my image creation limit. I've reached my limit with YouTube image creation. No thanks. So anyway, that's the story of that flute. It's a cute little thing. There's a close up of the scrimshaw. It says music is love. It says woodwind at the top. It's wrapped with these waxed hemp threads. You know, it's just such a hippie thing. You know, it's just maximum hippie. Little microcosm of the 70s right there. Anyway, so I have damage resist. That's awesome. So now if I had a trinket and I was building up, adrenaline, then I could pull the player's adrenaline value and scale these values. And so the update status effect function is perfect for that. What I would do is I think go to player M local player, get adrenaline, right? Divided by player.m local player get max adrenaline. And that would be my adrenaline modifier. Like that. And then I would just use the adrenaline modifier to scale all the modifiers that I already have. So the percentage damage modifiers would be scaled by that. And then incoming damage scale would be modified by that. And then the more adrenaline I have, the better my thralls are. So that's super easy. Yeah, right? That was a pretty jarring pivot that I just did, huh? I just jumped right back into it. But this part, that was dead easy. What I want to do is actually make a copy of this. So hit data.damage types. dt equals m%. Okay, make a copy of it. Then I'll take this guy and modify it by the adrenaline value. M adrenaline modifier, which I'm going to declare here. Float adrenaline modifier equals 1.0. Equals 0.0, because that means there's no adrenaline. And then I want to scale it by 1 plus adrenaline modifier, so it scales from 1 to 2. Effectively doubling whatever my thing is, right? Or do I want to scale it some other way? Adrenaline modifier times 2, adrenaline modifier times 3. Let's say times 2, so it'll scale from 1 to 4x. Maybe I make a variable for that. Adrenaline amount. Adrenaline modifier is such a bad word because it means so many things and it doesn't describe. I'll call this adrenaline percent, even though it's not a percent. Adrenaline ratio, adrenaline amount, adrenaline scalar. Let's call it adrenaline scalar because that's a nerd term. Adrenaline scalar times adrenaline multiplier. That plier. All right, now we're cooking. Adrenaline multiplier. Plier. That's a 1.0 base thing. So we modify that, and then we pass that into this, and it modifies the hit damage. Okay, and then modifies the attack. Here we have incoming damage scale. I think we just use the same function. So the incoming damage scale is 1 over 1 plus adrenaline scalar times adrenaline multiplier. These names blow. These names are terrible. Need to come up with a better name for this. So this is the total amount that adrenaline modifies the total, the magnitude, adrenaline scale magnitude. This is the total amount that adrenaline can scale anything. This is the amount that it actually scales it. That's better. Dissatisfied. How does the player... Okay, so MashNet says, how does the player generate adrenaline? Just dodge, block. Dodge, parry, and block. And perfect dodges, perfect parries, perfect blocks increase it a lot. You can get adrenaline from attacking, and you can get adrenaline from getting hit. So in this game, you can't attack. And I mean, in this mode, you can't attack anything. So you can't get adrenaline from mobs doing damage for you. I don't want that to happen because I want the player to only be able to generate adrenaline by actively defending themselves, because you can't attack anything. So your job is to shoot arrows at stuff so that they attack things for you. And then otherwise, all you're doing is trying to generate adrenaline by hitting perfect blocks and dodges and so forth around you. And that means that you need to understand your armor, and you need to understand what staggers you. You need to understand the attacks and the sizes of the attacks that are coming from the mobs around you. And it reinforces the skills you need to play Valheim normally, and assess whether you can... I don't know if you've watched Thread's channel, but can I parry this, or can I parry this? Right? That is a large part of understanding the the loadout and enemy mechanics, is figuring out what's how you stand versus the enemy, like how deadly it is to you at any point. And so I think that while you're playing Pacifist, I want to reinforce like vanilla Valheim combat understanding by forcing you to contend with that while your thralls are out there doing all kinds of crazy shit for you. So that's my initial thought. So I would only allow adrenaline to accumulate via being hit, dodging, parrying, and blocking. That's my answer. How's that? That was a pretty good answer, I thought. I got really excited answering that. I kicked out of my mumbling while I paged through code mode into, well, let me tell you, actually, sorry about that. I had thoughts about it, and they all of a sudden sprung out of me. And didn't even know that they were all lined up, ready to go. So I think this is the way I want adrenaline to interact. So the only thing to do now is, like, adrenaline is only generated if you're wearing a trinket right now. And I actually don't know if it's being stored behind the scenes or not, but at least the bar only shows up when you're wearing a trinket. So what I want to do is figure out if adrenaline actually is changing. So I think in the update status effect, I'm just going to log adrenaline modifier, adrenaline scalar. And that's no longer a local variable. It's something that that's in the class and can be used. And then I think I just want to print it. Something like that. Grounder effect, update status effect called adrenaline scalar at. So now I'm just going to give myself a shield and just get abused by pigs until I see adrenaline move. I'll put a trinket on, try it again. Last thing I want to do in this vein is when the trinket procs, when you like fill your adrenaline bar up, it's gonna wipe the adrenaline bar out back to 0, I think, and then it's gonna proc a status effect on you, which is the buff. And as soon as you get hit with the trinkets buff, I want to also add it to all your thralls. And so I think the adding it to all your thralls part will be easy because I can just clone it and stick it on the list of thralls. I have a list. But actually, I don't know when to detect it happens. And I'm not sure that like wiping out your adrenaline meter is a good idea. Like maybe it should, every time you fill it, it should remember that you filled it. It should look like it's at 0 again, but it's already 1 higher. So that every time you can like refill it multiple times and proc the trinket multiple times, and the scalar keeps going up. And you reach the top, and that now your scalar is twice as much, even though the bar is 0. I'm explaining this poorly, but basically you can't. It's a one-way ticket for your enemy or for your thralls to get buffed more and more the more adrenaline you build, and then it just keeps procking that effect because it's a pretty short-lived one. I think most of the adrenaline effects. All right, what am I testing? I'm testing. I want to dev commands spawn bronze shield bronze buckler, shield bronze buckler. I go God mode. I want some decent stamina food. Let's go with salad. Care less about HP, although I will get staggered too easily. Spawn troll hide, troll armor troll leather chest. 1 level 4, I think. Okay. And eat the salad. Blanking. Derp. I'll make one of these charred ones, just see what lightning looks like. And I just want to spawn a shitload of skeletons. I guess those are pretty easy to block. And see if I get adrenaline. I should be printing adrenaline out as soon as I buff. Let's see, the adrenaline is coming from me, but the buff has to be on the enemy. Oh, I can't hold a bow and a buckler at the same time, of course. That makes an interesting choice. So get the buckler out. We're going to get some skellies out there. First, I have to buff some stuff. Wow, I'm missing point blank. Is that the charred arrow? Oh, it was. Or was that wood? Somebody's got wood arrow on him. Because it's got all the status effects. All right, so adrenaline scalar is not a number, so it's something divided by 0. So that means max adrenaline doesn't exist. All right, so now, what's a trinket? Ruby, no, what's it called? I'm not a trinketeer. It's a bronze. What is that thing called? I have to look up a trinket. Nothing's coming to mind. Valheim trinkets. Trinkets. Tell me about what the trinkets are. So let's see. Well, I want Heart of the Forest. It does health regen. I want health and armor. Bow skill, spear skill, and pierce damage. Not all of these are super useful for my thralls. Iter regen is not going to be useful. Maybe I rewrite these. Health and stamina gain. The brimstone looks pretty good. I get black damage health. Black damage health sounds like brimstone. What it is? No, this is bracelets of the brave. Health gain. What do I get? Health gain, extra clubs and blunt for 60 seconds. All right, so now do I have a adrenaline? Let's charm somebody with the charred arrow. Do I still have those? No. Computer says no. All right. So what do I want? Skeleton army? All right, so I get adrenaline now. And I do have a value. So until I have a trinket on, it's not even storing a max adrenaline. So now I want to start parrying shit. Ouch. Adrenaline accumulates slowly. I'm throwing exceptions over here. Hang on, I want to look at what the code's not doing. RBC damage patch, that's me. And pacifism 319. Oh, it's just log warning because there's no attacker on some of this damage. I don't care about that right now. So adrenaline doesn't tick down. And the more I dodge, oh, I see, I have to dodge and attack. I dodged a bunch of attacks, but it only gives it to me once per dodge. All right, bunch of blocks, so I'm filling it up. So I think I need to fill it up faster than this. All right, and then it procced, and now I've got Bracelets of the Brave going. 60 seconds, I see it up there in the left. Now what happens? I start over. Okay, well this is what I want. It just doesn't go as fast as I would like. Or maybe it does. Maybe this is exactly what I want. You guys are being mean. All right, I'm going to peel off one of your buddies who's going to be kind of uber. He's not that uber. I'm going to turn the tide of this battle with a... Look at all that spirit damage. Oh, you know who really wants to get in on this? Aw. Before I could charm him, you killed my wolf. I don't like that. Go get him, Wolfie. There. Now you're a spirit wolf. All right, let's get 20 more skeletons and let that wolf go to town. The damage that's being done is not a number. I've got an error in my math somewhere. I mean, it says divide by 0. So the damage being calculated is not an actual number. There's definitely a math bug. Oh, different trinkets have different adrenaline costs. So the bar the max value is set by putting the trinket on, and it sets those values. So I guess my job would be to override those functions, and if there's no trinket on, just give it some default value. All right, so it's funny to see that not a number showing up in the I wonder if it's rounding error because my value is so large. Yeah, look at those skeletons going to town on them. Let's get a charmed troll out there. Ouch. Stop. All right, go get those skeletons. Come on, come over here with me. These guys need a serious talking to. That wolf will not give up. All right, so I've got a flood of not a numbers coming up. And the adrenaline scalar is not a number. So it's calculating. That's the reason it's happening is I'm using adrenaline even when it doesn't exist. Maybe I need to get some adrenaline on the board. Somebody threatened me with, oh, I don't have a trinket on. We're doing damage again, guys. All right, now we're doing damage. Nothing is dying, though. Probably because their health is now not a number either. It's the thing about the NaN, the divide by zero number, it takes over the math. And if you divide something by zero, assign something else the value not a number, then whatever that gets used by suddenly is not a number either. And it's like a virus inside the math. It's like a math virus. So these skeletons are basically, their health is probably some just insanely large floating point number now, and it's or negative, and Valheim doesn't know to track that. But we've got a bunch of invulnerable skeletons, and okay, that was wild. They all have God mode. They not a number is in computer languages is like God mode or Satan mode or something. It like flips everything. They leak into your equations and do destruction everywhere. All right, so that means that we can't count on adrenaline always being available. Let's see what the Valheim code knows about trinkets, whether you're wearing one or not. So we know it's an item type. We know a humanoid has a trinket item. We know we can visible equipment set trinket item. I don't see anything about trinket active. Let's have a look at where adrenaline shows up. Somewhere in here is set adrenaline, or when you equip something, it does something about adrenaline. There's the HUD, the attack, use adrenaline, player, adrenaline pop effects. Okay, I bet I can find when it pops because there's a function right there that adrenaline pop effects. So wherever this is invoked by as a particle system is where the adrenaline kicks in, and I can, yeah. Where is it? Adrenaline pop effects. Adrenaline bar flash. Pop effects. All right, there it is. So this is where it happens. If adrenaline is equal to flag, it's either 0 or max adrenaline. If flag is set to max adrenaline, adrenaline is flag. It's either at 0 or, okay, so wherever flag gets set is all items have equipped and adrenaline, full adrenaline, status effect. Flag is true, status effect is get status effect full adrenaline. Okay, and this is where this is the code where the status effect gets added to you and adrenaline's full. So adrenaline is greater than or equal to max adrenaline, and max adrenaline is greater than 0. Max adrenaline is get max adrenaline. And for me, that was not a number, so I think you have to have a trinket on for this to even get called. But here's where the pop effects are getting created. So I would need to find a way to detect that. It's not as... Oh, right here. So item, what's item? Oh, if you have an equip, you go through all the items that are equipped. Right, get all your inventory items. If the item's equipped and it has a full adrenaline status effect, then adrenaline's going to pop and you draw the effect. So if you could wear multiple trinkets, this code would fire them all off simultaneously, it looks like. Oh, it does something similar to what I was doing. It gets the status effect to see if one exists. What I did is just remove it if it exists. So just go remove it or don't if it's not there. But it gets it. If it gets it, it resets the time on it. Otherwise, it adds a new one. So that's probably better to call reset time than do what I'm doing, which is remove and add it back. I think that's better. And then adrenaline pop effects create if that flag is set. So that flag is set if anything is equipped. So I can... Who calls add adrenaline? That's basically the code to detect if you've got you're wearing a thing that will pop. Okay, there's all the places add adrenaline's called when you're damaged, when you're hit, when you do an attack, when you fire a projectile, start another attack. Looks like there's a place in there. If you're hit while you're dodging, you get adrenaline. And I think hit while dodging function is the perfect dodge effects create. Yeah, so this is where hit is like you're attacked while dodging, but you're dodging, so you don't get hit. But here's where that's like add stamina, add adrenaline, raise skill, and that all happens in this function. So maybe I don't see anywhere it detects max adrenaline. Why was I getting not a number? Because max adrenaline was 0, so I was dividing by 0. So I just want to see if get max adrenaline is not 0, and then set the scalar to excuse me, set the scalar to 1. And that'll fix my God mode skeleton problem. There it is. No, it's not. Would. Oh, yeah. I don't recognize this function because it's getting complicated. So adrenaline scalar is equal to this number, but only if player.m local player get max adrenaline greater than 0. We can compute this. Otherwise, adrenaline scalar is 1. It's 0 because I already had the 1. Yeah. Like that. This means no God mode. And we don't build adrenaline if we don't have a trinket on. Is there a set max adrenaline function? Find out who turns it on. Nope. Max adrenaline on the player. Item shared data. So this is the trinket says what your max adrenaline is, and then some code in the player sets it off the trinket when you equip the trinket to be the player's max adrenaline value, which is this. And then it's read by, yeah, it's done somewhere in the inventory. I don't see the code for it. So I wonder if I just set the max adrenaline on the player, even though you're not wearing a trinket, if it's going to barf because there's no trinket. Let's try it. So as soon as I charm something, I'm going to find the player and say, you have a max adrenaline. And your current adrenaline 0. What do you think of that, player? I'm going to say your max adrenaline's 100, baby. That's probably too high. Try 10. Well, 0. And then I can set how fast it decays, because I did kind of want it to decay, and at least for that trinket it wasn't. So here's a question for you guys. Should I set up a Twitch thing? You think that YouTube streaming is cool, or is Twitch cool? Because Twitch honestly scares me. Just because it's like violently colorful, and you can't wave your mouse without something going, ooh, on the interface. You know what I mean? I've watched Twitch streams, but just the notion of like having to stare at Twitch and like manipulate it and stuff is a little intimidating. Dev commands. God. Spawn, armor, troll, leather chest. Whoops. 1-4. Spawn salad. Spawn fiery spin stew. Spawn bone mob. Cooked ask Sven meat. Is that magic meat? No, that's fine. Full already. Spawn aspen meat, spawn puke berries. I apologize for this, but I'm going to be regurgitating shortly here. Yeah, a lot more viewers on YouTube. Like, you put viewers in quotes. I've been on other people's streams watching, and I see they have a couple dozen viewers, and for some reason right now mine says 185. And I get that there could be lurkers that are curious and they just have it on a second monitor running in the background or something, or like Cookie is, you know, using me as a sleep aid. Do you think that viewer is, I don't know. Are you echoing my skepticism or are you skeptical too? Like, do you have independent research to suggest that there's something hinky going on? I don't think it's hard for me to dual stream. I think OBS has that built in, right? I just like I have a Twitch account. I've never streamed on it, but I think it's I set it up for streaming at some point years ago. I think I can press a button if I configure OBS where it just starts a stream on both. Like aggregating chat from both of those and collecting that in one place. I have no idea how to do that. But for me, it's more of a question of is it reaching a different or broader audience? Is it somehow better for the viewers, right? Because I don't really care about latency or quality myself, but I don't know. You know, is it worth being on multiple platforms? I don't know. Spawn buckler. How about the carapace buckler? Because we're going to be a badass. And how about some carapace pants? We're swaggy. Nice. All right. Put our cool pants. A little bottom heavy here. All right. And so we got, let's save again. So we're going to spawn our skeleton army. This time we'll do 10. I'm going to buff one of them. There goes the adrenaline meter. So here's what happened. I set it to be max 100, but it just says 10. Did I set it to be max 100? No, I set it to be 10. All right, so I can set the values and it'll fill up. It's just that when it does fill up, it doesn't do anything. Because there's no like effect. So I can turn it on by just setting the values, which is cool. But I have to handle the fill up myself. Which makes me wonder if, let's see, that's on me. It's not going to be on my thralls. So what would I do in this case? I would level up. Oh, it's ticking back down. All right. Come at me, bro. All right. Got 7 out of that. All right. It's full again. Parry. Oh, man. Mass parry with a carapace shield. That's very satisfying. Oh, that's good. Come over here, guys. Boom. Ah, dang it. I missed it. That archer back there. Are those archers? You can't hit me because I block you all. I am a rock wall man. Fred is the best person to ask. Yeah. He's got like this polished show that he puts on now. In part because Christine is like his Ed McMahon, you know. His Andy Richter. But it is like watching a show in thread streams. That's pretty slick. I will never achieve that level of thing. But asking him how much more of a pain in the ass it is and whether it actually feels like it reaches, because I don't care about monetizing anything, or like that's never going to happen. There's probably a pretty small number of people in the world that want to watch stuff like this, which is fine. I mean, that's totally fine. You know, let's discuss baking, play flute, and program. You know, that's Valheim. You know, it's like starting to limit yourself, limit your. Anyway, all right, bow broke. Fine wood, bow, fine wood. Give me that bow. All right, let's start messing them up out there with Uber Skelly. I did take that armor scaler down, didn't I? Oh well. Go get him. I think Grayling picked the wrong time to pick a fight. Okay. I think this is a good stopping point for me, honestly. Oh, now let's see what happens when you put on a trinket. Good call. What was that trinket called? Spawn black trinket, black damage health, black stamina. Let's try that one. Evasion mantle. Seems like that might be a good fact. Oh, look, it's ridiculous looking. Oh, I got a gelatinous cube goo on my neck. The hell? It's translucent. Looks like something Mr. Freeze would wear in Batman. Nice to see you. I'm not gonna just sit here and bag on it. I'm just tired. Being negative is easy, it's the easiest thing you can do, right? So if you're tired, it's very easy to be negative because that's just shit just slides out of your evil little head. I was gonna check adrenaline, right? Okay. Yeah, see how I'm starting to go. This is gonna be wrapping the stream up now. This will be my last thing. But I want to check on my list again and see how we did, because I think we did pretty well. I want more than that. Okay, attack me, not him. Okay, that'll be easy now. Let me get my shield up. I'm not wearing a trinket. Okay. Oh, I am wearing the trinket now. Yeah. All right, I'll take it off. Yeah, so I'm back to being able to fill up my own bar. So the next step is to detect where that happens. And I saw that in the code. Where was that? That was in character, right? We were looking at, where was that? Was it in character or was it in player? No, it was in, I was looking right at that a minute ago. Just back up in the browse history and here, I'll back into that because I don't remember where in the Valheim code we were when I saw that. Discovered undamaged in there somewhere, and I was like, ooh, exciting. No. Where are you? I'm back out of my history again. Was it character that we're looking for? No. I have a, no. Okay. I don't remember now. Or was it in this other win? Geez, guys, give it a rest. It was over in IL Spy, wasn't it? It was. It was in add adrenaline where it did the trigger. Okay. So this is only going to trigger the adrenaline. That flag is true. So here, if adrenaline's max adrenaline, then you subtract. It's filled up, and it's here. It's like, okay. Yeah, so if adrenaline's less than max adrenaline increase, okay, adrenaline's bigger than, okay. Here's where it procs. It sets this flag to true, and then if that flag is true, it does this particle effect, and then resets it. So this is where it happens, and it only happens in response to you wearing an item that has this value. It's going through items. If you don't have any inventory items that have this value, you don't get anything. And if you do have an item, it pulls out of that item the adrenaline, the full adrenaline status effects from it. So what am I thinking? If you have any arrow in your inventory, it could have a full adrenaline status effect on it. Because you'd always have to have an arrow in your inventory, right? Or you wouldn't have to, but if you did, no, that's not working either. I would have to find a different way to patch this. Maybe just check in the status effect if the adrenaline, if you're wearing a trinket, and if you're not wearing a trinket, like no item in your inventory has this status effect value on it, then you're in no adrenaline mode. And if you're in no adrenaline mode and you filled up your bar, do my own thing. I have to check on update though. I have to check every tick. Oh, that's kind of weak. I'll think on it. All right. Real quick, I'm going to change the screen here to my starting screen and take a look at my list. So I was going to tie Thrall strength to adrenaline percent. Did that. Applying custom damage types to Thralls. Did that. Applying trinket powers to Thralls when trinkets activate. Did not do that. Animalizing enemy weaknesses and make charm arrow powers. I think I'm going to scratch that because I'm going to leave that to the player to figure out which arrow to use. And I don't know that what I need to do is balance the amount of damage, of different damage types that are done, so that you can't cheese anything too hard, or like a good player that selected the right Thrall modifiers will do well, and a player that didn't select the right Thrall modifiers isn't screwed. It's just super hard. And bug hunting and playtesting, so I did a little bit of that. Yeah, so great progress. I knocked out 3 things on my list. And I got the hardest 2. And I looked at adrenaline, got that up, and so now it's going back to stream here. Now it's going to be figuring out how to get these status effects and apply them to, it's really anything in your inventory that has a status effect. So when this procs, I want to do something. I want to take these exact same status effects and apply them to all the Thralls. And I think it's easy because I'll just do what it's doing, going through the player's inventory, finding anything that has a full adrenaline status effect, and then going through each Thrall and going, you get one, you get one, you get one, you get one. That's easy. I can, adrenaline pop effects is on the player, but it allows me to pass in a position. So I could potentially spawn particle systems on all the dudes that, all your Thralls when that happens. So this looks straightforward. I could even potentially add a HUD icon for the status effect when it's on your Thrall, and like a small version that sits next to the pink bar. You know what's on it. That shouldn't be too hard. Last night I learned that I can poke things into the UI hierarchy for the enemies, and it'll be cloned for everybody in the of a certain enemy type. Um, so I can just modify the UI programmatically, and I'll just add an image. I think you need a rect transform nested into a game object, and then you need an image object nested into a rect transform. And I think that's it. And I can display an icon, and all the icons are already available in the game somewhere. You can refer to them as prefabs, and you can load them, or you can get a reference to it and just poke it in. So that could be cool. The toughest part is detecting when adrenaline filled up. Because I have to. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. No, it's not. Because if V, which is the new adrenaline, is greater than 0 and max adrenaline is greater than 0, then do this stuff, which includes getting the adrenaline and the max adrenaline, the ratio, time, generating it, modifying, and then passing. So right before it adds V to it, M adrenaline, it calls this modify adrenaline, which is on the status effect manager. And modify adrenaline, I can grab in my status effects. So I can say, look at what the look at what the player's max adrenaline is. Look at what the value that's being passed in. If I added that to this, it would pop, and then I could preemptively pop it myself right here at the modify. It's already applied the decay rate. It's already applied. Let's check the timer. It's got this gain multiplier that it's using to based on time to change it, and so that V value is going to be current. This modify adrenaline will kick the V value back out, and then it's just going to check to see if it's a valid value, add it to adrenaline, and then immediately afterwards, if it's greater than the max adrenaline, then pop the status effect. So I can actually catch it right here at modify adrenaline. I should probably put that in because I won't remember that next time I come back. Let's go to the base. This is where I just keep going because I keep thinking of things or like finding things. I'm going to do that. Just real quick, one last thing. Override. What was it called? Add adrenaline? No, it's modify adrenaline. Modify adrenaline. Modify adrenaline. Okay, and right here, if player adrenaline plus base value is greater than max, player max adrenaline. No, if player max adrenaline is greater than 0 and player adrenaline is greater than plus base value is greater than player max adrenaline, then pop will happen when returning. Now let's make sure that modify adrenaline is only called there. Used by, yep, works. Next stream. Cool stream tonight. Thanks, Volk. When's next stream? I've been doing it every day, and I get off work tomorrow at 3. I'm gonna be mixing all day, so it's very muscular. I may pass out after that. What's tomorrow? Sunday, Monday, Sunday. I might do it again tomorrow. Usually I start in the late afternoon, like 4 or 5, and I go maybe 4 hours or 5 hours. Um, yeah, probably. I usually post on the Valheim speedrunning self-promotion channel if I'm about to do it. Try to do it every other couple days, I guess. I don't know. I went from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour in the last week. I'm inclined to stop posting and self-promotion on VSR because the last, I don't know, 10 posts are from me. So I guess if you like and subscribe and press the bell, whatever, all that shit. I kind of, that so feels like such a douchebag when I talk that way. Like and subscribe, you know, Oat Horsians, everyone's got their little crew with a name and everything. Anyway, I'll just keep doing this. It'll be in the next couple days for sure. Horse riders, boy, that's the worst possible term for um, viewers because not everybody does it, but there's a lot of people that welcome back, sparkling rubies or whatever. um, thanks, thanks, Mash. But horse riders has got to be the worst name for possible name for crew. It makes sense, but it's just awful. So maybe ironically, it's cool. I don't know. I'm getting punchy now. I don't have anything else to do. I don't know if I want. I don't. I'm not gonna fire up the old bamboo flute on stream until I find a good AI generated some AI slop of a horse playing the flute that isn't trying to poke it through the back of his neck. Horseman, welcome back to the stream, Horseman. I work on my what do you call it, like morning zoo radio show announcer. Hey, welcome back to the show, guys. It's just like, oh Jesus. I think I choose streamers that I like based on the fact that they don't sound like they're falling asleep, and they don't sound like they're like trying to fuck you in the ear like the entire time. Um, that middle ground is nice, the middle path. So yeah, I don't really have a way to end this except to maybe I'll adjust that pink charm bar upwards. And I may add another charm bar for the status effect on the guy. But I don't know, that might be too cluttered. Charm bar. Okay. Oh, I add that at the very bottom. So minus 15. What does that mean? It's going to be backwards. 20 is down, so minus 10 is up. Give a quick check. Well, thank you so much for watching, you guys. I appreciate you hanging out and chatting. I love the interaction of this. Thank you for your intestinal fortitude and bearing with all of my machinations tonight. Charm bar, the color of the effect. That's a good idea. Yeah, good to see you again, Volk. As always, Mash, welcome. Thank you for hanging out. It was great having you here. Definitely. Christine, I hope you're sleeping soundly and get a good night's rest. Same to you, Cookie. I hope you're getting good sleep. I hope you're having good dreams. Oh yeah, let's check out that health bar real quick. Is that better? I can't tell because he's zipping around. I think that looks more natural, like it's intentional. I don't think it detracts from the actual health. I think it's readable, so I'll leave it there for now. You tell him, pig. Don't take any shit. Yeah, I think that's a good way to a good place, a good place to leave it. Um, right on. Thanks again, guys, and anybody lurking. Thank you for lurking on my channel. You're welcome here anytime. You don't have to say hi. You don't have to press like. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to hit the bell. You don't have to leave a comment. You don't have to do anything. Um, I'm just happy to see people chilling with me. So if you do want to do any of those things, apparently that's good for some reason. One thing that I would love is questions. If there are questions, feel free to ask them in the comments. And if you want to make your presence known as a human and not a Chinese bot, um, press the thumbs up. But other than that, just if you show up, great. If you subscribe, whatever, I don't really care. Just happy to be doing this, and honestly, you guys are making this more fun for me. I enjoyed this a lot before, but now I almost can't go back to mod programming without uh, doing it with company, just because it just feels nice. It feels good. I get a really good feeling when I end a stream. So thank you all for that, and I will see you the next day or two, and we'll keep doing this until we have a fun ass little game mode that we can send out to everybody. All right, guys. Be well, stay healthy, stay safe out there.